And hello everyone, welcome to the stream. So, today is happening what should not happen. I'm playing some flash game, which is based on S and turning, and I must say I'm not very good in such type of games. Usually, only my strategy in S turning was just like every single variant until we finally beat the game. So playing on hard difficulty requires for me huge amount of resets. I love the story, I love the music, but I don't love the gameplay. Okay, here should be something familiar or similar. Okay, cannot make the screen bigger, how it looks like. Oh gosh, on the phone it's super small, but if I make it bigger, it'll be impossible to read anything on screen. How about this? It's still not fine. Anyway, there's no other option. It's not a vector graphic, by the way, so if you launch your window, it'll be super terrible. Okay, let's see. Music volume, sound effect volume, speech volume, mark ask questions, maybe yes. Text speed. Game saves automatically. Take advance 7. Oh. We don't recommend this setting because it turns off most animation, greatly reduces the game presentation quality. Okay, let it be 5. We need some music to test. One New York morning. Well, music is working, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing, testing. And I believe it's working fine. Come on. So, Foxy said that it's possible to finish this game super fast in 4 hours, but as I will be reading everything, maybe it will be... Okay, I believe saving is not working because we are playing in Newgrounds player, not in browser. It's not possible anymore to play in browser. So we must finish it during this stream. Socrates, he is a Socrates, what was? Oh, Socrates Jones. Wait a second, how to pronounce Socrates? Oh, no. Let me open Google Translate and pronounce his name. Man, Ari? Wait a second. Socrates.
Socrates.
Socrates? What?
Socrates.
Why it's Socrates? Socrates, John. Socrates. Can you believe this? What about your name? Socrates.
Ari.
Ari. Oh gosh. Socrates. I can't believe that this is correct pronunciation. Morning, Ari. Are you ready for school? Of course. Flies. Of course, guess what? We're talking about John Stuart Mill in class today. Who is John Stuart Mill? Well, must be about philosophers, right? Who? You're kidding, right? John Stuart Mill? Oh wait, I think I know. He's comedian, right? Moral philosopher? Utilitarianism, gosh. I see. He's brilliant. Open up my eyes onto a new way to view the world. Actually, it's not like opening the mind. Hello there. Yeah, it's a flash game, it's a request, some kind of. But if somebody opens your eyes on something, usually this means they have a very big influence in you. In fact, and it's not good. A subscription? For a whole year, 12 months. Thank you very much. Well, the next game after this will be Broken Sword, the second game, like Smoke and Mirror or something, and next it will be Starlight Pumpkin's Request, The Simpsons Hit and Run. Then I believe I will finish all the 3 games. This one, Broken Sword in 2 days, and Tuesday. Tuesday will start Simpson. Alright. And it's correct that his name pronounced like Socrates. Well, Google Translate told me this. I can't believe this. That looks like the same age as here. What? Were you paying attention to anything I just said? And by the way, it's not possible to enlarge this window, so it will be small like this till the very end. Socrates, right? Okay, good. Oh, something at the door. You can tell me about this later, okay? What? Because it's not a vector graphic. I tried to enlarge it and text becomes totally unreadable. And all this graphic in the game, it looks like it's very bad. So it's definitely not vector graphic here. You cannot enlarge it. And I tried many times, it's better this way. It's so terrible. First of all, I will not able to read the text at all. I tried many times different plugins, players, and it's totally unreadable if you make it larger. Despite that, quality is high. No. Maybe they just added some regular images, not a vector. Well, hurry up. I have school in half an hour. My name is Socrates Jones. Everyone in my family seems to care about philosophy, but I could never really get into it. By the way, ZD, you played as attorney, right? So this game is based on this game. So it should be good. I don't know. I'm just an accountant, after all. Why should I care about the nature of right and wrong? Well, hey there. Which game? Said as attorney, Phoenix Wright. You played it on your stream, right? Yes, I remember, like 1 year ago or something. Yeah, so this is Socrates Jones, pro philosopher. Totally almost the same name and same gameplay, as I understand. I didn't play it, I don't know, I didn't check any long play. Okay, well, hey there. Hi. The name is Billy. Billy the salesman. Was traveling in this country selling my wares when I saw your shabby apartment and instantly knew there lives a man who appreciates a good deal. me? How would you like to hear about the fabulous organs I have for you today? I'm sorry, what about me? Hurry, what are you doing here? I got bored. But I just left. Doesn't mean I can't be bored. Who's this guy? I'm glad you asked, little lady. The name's Billy. Billy's a salesman. How about... Yes, listen, Billy. I think we should hear him out. What? If you don't bother to at least listen, you aren't going to get anywhere. Thank you, miss. You won't regret it. Pretty sure I will. Okay, Billy, let's hear what you've got. Right. Presentation? Buy my product and get started. I have a great product for you. It's the best there is. You need my product to do what it does. You don't want those pests around. And that's what I've got for you. But you hardly told me anything. Rose feathers, I told you my product was the best, didn't I? What more do you need to know? Erton Jones, this is all your fault. He didn't tell me anything. Ariadna? Oh, your name is Ariadna. Alright. What do I do? Well, generally, one goes about getting more information by asking questions. In this case, it's probably most appropriate to ask for clarification. If you can clear up any vagueness surrounding his ideas, you will be in a much better position to deal with them. Right, okay then. Good. Most arguments are made out of multiple statements. Be sure to check them all for anything that seems vague. So, what do you think, partner? You buying? Actually, could I hear your pitch again? Sure thing, partner. Okay, option added. Where? Let's see. Oh, here it is. I have a great product for you. It's the best there is. Need my product? Do what it does. You don't want those pests around. Okay, let's ask question. Ask for clarification. What pests are you talking about? Deer? Duckholes? The bane of American life? What? They're a menace, I tell you, menace! Alright. What about great product? And what kind of product would that be exactly? Billy's deer repellent. Deer repellent! This game about Starlight Sparking and his deer guard. Oh gosh. Billy's deer repellent. Okay. That wasn't so hard. Statement updated. The product got this Billy's deer repellent. We can keep asking, and what will happen if we ask second time? I'm still not exactly sure what that is. Can you clarify that for me? Sure thing. You spray it and it repels deer. That's why it's called deer repellent. Alright, makes sense. It's the bad days. And what do you mean by that? It's the best. It's better than the rest. It's really good at doing what it does, partner. Alright. I guess there's no clarifying this bit of sales speak. I hope this game will not crash, because if it crashes, there will be no save. And maybe there's some code to unlock the next chapter if you stuck here. Okay, Billy's deer repellent. The best there is. You need my product, do what it does. Let's ask about this. And what does it do exactly? Why? It only protects you from danger. Danger of deer. And trust me, you can use all the protection you can get. Statement updated. Well, his argument is much clearer now. Maybe I do need this deer repellent, after all. Are you serious? What? Am I wrong? That you can't just let an argument go unexamined, no matter how clearly stated. Especially when someone is trying to talk you into buying deer repellent. But I got him to clarify everything. What else is there to do? Come on, Dad! In a situation like this, if something seems to be on shaky ground, you need to ask for backing. Make sure he can support his statements with foundational ideas. Hello, I'm still here. Right, sorry, can I hear your pitch again? Again? Oh, well, okay. Backing option add-on. Press for backing. Okay. I believe there's no punishment at all, at least in tutorial, to ask questions, because in tutorial, if you do too much, you get a penalty and simply lose. It's possible to select the difficulty. I will simply select easy. Will be possible. Okay, press for backing. What evidence do you have to support that statement? You see the bottles in my bag? Yes. They say Bill is the repellent in them. I think it's safe to say that's the name of the product, don't you? Okay. The best this. Can you back that statement up? Sure thing, partner. My product does everything better than competent products. Therefore, it's by definition the best. The competent product? Well, no. But it means that, without a doubt, mine the best. Hey, maybe I should call it Bill's best dirt repellent. Alright. You need my product to protect you from the danger of zero. Press for backing. And you back that up. Well, you never know when a zero will attack. And if you don't have my product, you'll be in quite a predicament, partner. What's this fly is doing here? Better to be safe than sorry. Like they tell us in health class, always use protection. What? Well, your teachers are right, protection is always good. Hold on, I'm not sure I buy this. We're talking about there, right? That's right. As in Bambi? Well, yeah, I guess, partner. I see. Are you really trying to tell me that Bambi poses a threat to my well-being? That's going to take quite a bit of convincing. Maybe he's dangerous, partner. He may look cute, but the deer is a little monster. Let me tell you why deer are a menace to our society. Oh gosh. They eat our crops. But they don't have any crops. They steal our jobs. What? How's that even possible? Every year they cause accidents and injuries. That's right. Why the only reason you're safe is that I'm here with my repellent. And there we go. As you can see, those darn zero threaten our very way of life. Threat, huh? Not sure if everything you said here is true. It's definitely not about job. You know that in Endeavor, you can do more than just ask questions. In fact, sometimes that just won't cut it. Mhm. Sometimes you may need to challenge your opponent with a counterpoint. Some fact or observation which throws a wrench in the presumption that his statement is true. For example, the fact that deer live in the woods might throw a wrench in one of Billy's statements here. If you find that statement and present this observation to counter it, you should be home free. When you get a useful idea, I'll write it down for you in the idea state. Okay, you can now challenge your opponent's moves. Deer live in the woods. Deers, maybe. Or deer lives. Alright. Alright. Why did you repeat me? I'll go ahead and do that then, I guess. You need to be careful, though, that if you say really stupid things, you lose credibility with your audience. I don't like this mechanic. From now on, your moves can affect your credibility. Gosh, look at this. You lose all of your credibility. You will forfeit the argument. But wait, hold on. I'm just fact checking a salesman. Who am I going to lose credibility with? Me. Oh, your face is ugly. added to the idea state. What is stupid fly around here? They still have jobs. It's definitely a challenge. My opponent only believes that he does because his face looks like a baboon's backside. What? Deer defense woods. Deer are most commonly found in large, wooded areas away from the bustle of people. Why do we have this face exactly? I don't know.
Nonsense!
Nonsense! They live in the woods. Dad, what are you doing? Making a point. They can't steal our jobs because they live in the woods. I mean, I guess. But I don't think them living in the woods is the root of the problem here. What? In fact, taking this approach implies that you accept that they could steal our jobs. Just because you can present a counterpoint doesn't mean that it's always the best angle of attack against a stupid fire. Must kill it somehow. You can probably do something else to refute this particular idea. Oh gosh. Kinda stupid too. You have something which throws one of his statements into question that. Just point it out and you'll be good to go. Alright, alright. They eat our crops? They eat crops. So I'm not sure why actually your face is ugly at Zero Lives in the Woods will help with this, because they actually eat crops. I know it for sure, I saw it many times. Still jobs is not working. Yes, they cause accident injuries. That's right, he is correct. The only reason you say that I'm heavy is my repellent. Maybe this one? Maybe it's the first one, let's check this one.
Nonsense!
Billy, can you tell me where deer most commonly reside? Forests, mountains and plains are common, right? That sounds about right. And where are we now? New York City. Exactly. So then, tell me, Billy, when was the last time you heard of a deer in New York City? I don't know. I'm not living in New York. It's highly unlikely that a deer will show up in a city, let alone in New York. Well, in San Antonio, you can. In Austin, you can. In Dallas, you can, but not in New York. Very wild state if there's no animals in it. Do you really think you can take credit for the fact that there's no deer around? Way to go, Dad! Maybe if we are living in the wilderness, we would need your zero repellent. Wilderness? So I'm living in wilderness. Like I was living in Austin. It's a state. City. I mean, it's capital. It's right. Alright. Maybe I live in wilderness. But as we live in the middle of the city, I hardly see the point. I highly doubt Bambi is going to wander down Main Street and be hit in an instant. That's why injuries. Clearly, your repellent is of no use. So I hardly... What? Now listen here, mister. It seems to me you're all being unfair. I'll admit you have a point, but you're failing to consider all the finer qualities of this here product. Is it so? It sure is. Let me explain to you what you're missing, why my product is still useful to you. Oh, no way. My product comes in a fine blue casing. Each letter of the label is hand-painted. My grandmother told all the design. Clearly, my product would still be useful to you. Alright, I don't think I have any evidence to counter these points. You know, even if a point is supported, it may not be related to the conclusion. If that's the case, it really doesn't matter if it's supported or not. The point has no place being presented in the discussion. I think I get it. You say in such situation, I should question the relevance of a statement. Well, that's what John Stuart Mill will do. If not useful for us to listen to statements that have no connection to the overall argument. If we are discussing economics, for example, it really doesn't matter how well you support the fact that purple is the best color. Because not, we all know green is, anyway. Hate green, it's the worst color. Getting back on track. Even if the statement is relevant, questioning can be a great way to see how everything fits together. I guess I should go forward with questioning him then. Oh gosh. The third option. So we can ask for clarification, press for backing, and question relevance. Well, we can use it right here. How is this related to your conclusion? Blue is prettier, partner. Go on. Therefore, the fact that my product is prettier makes it more useful? I don't think so. Statement removed. Nice. Hand printed. Also, question relevance. How is this related to your conclusion? Art is craftsmanship. And things being done by machine, that's not craftsmanship. Wait a second, if something done by machine, it makes it more actually expensive. Nowadays. Like, makes it more safe, passing quality controls, etc. If it's done by hand, might leak, especially its label. No. Okay, great. But how does this craftsmanship make your product more useful? Okay, fine. You made your point. Let's move on. My grandmother taught all the design. How is this related to your conclusion? Quality takes effort, partner. Surely the amount of time my grandma poured into it contributes to its value. Not really? Heartless. Just heartless. No respect for the elderly. Very well, have it your way, partner. Billy, don't hurt me no more. The yelling, it's too much for my heart to bear. Relax, I'm not going to hurt you, just your sales speech. Okay, that's good. Wait, no, actually, I don't think I like that. Well, I'm afraid there's no avoiding it. Billy, you're trying to sell me a product based on its usefulness to me. But is authentic qualities and methods of manufacturing, well, nice, offer no function which benefits me? At this point, you're grasping at straws to convince me to buy your product, and you know it. Well, okay then. It's been nice chatting with you, but I've got clients to find. I'm many fish in the sea, and it's clear you aren't one of mine. No. Okay. Bye. Well, that was fun. Fun? I think you mean curating. What? How much time do you have left before school? That's right, we're just wasting our time here. Relax that. I'm sure I'm fine. We still have nothing. Negative half an hour? What? You've got to get going. Can't believe we lost track of time. It's all that fool bully's fault. Billy and his idiotic zero Lapland. Now you're going to be late for school and you'll probably be expelled and your mother will never forgive me. Not that she dare talks to me anymore anyway. The best of its kind, huh? It's not competing with anything. I mean, what would it compare with? Harry's Dear Vanisher? That. Will they die right now? Honestly, people believe that they can sell you on anything these days, wasting our time. And now, they think we are a bunch of fools. Wait a second, nowadays we cannot buy anything because There's no stock like graphic cards, DDR5, etc. CPU. That! And we can just be convinced we should buy a stupid product we will never need. I mean, aesthetic qualities, I ask you. And it was in the middle of New York. Just how? Chapter 1, Through the Looking Glass. How many chapters in this game? That's what's actually bothering me, because I must know how close we to the end. I mean, based on the chapters. Um, chapters. Let me check it. Why it's so hard? Why it's Indiana Jones? Are you idiot? I hate really Google because it suggests something that it's not relevant to me. Constantly. Chapters. Found the chapters. Open it up. Why it takes time to open it? Blah, blah, blah. Chapter 1, Through the Looking Glass. Okay. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5. Chapter 6 is the last one. Alright, sounds good. 6 chapters. And the first one was just a tutorial. So nothing special about it. Alright. Through the Looking Glass. It's kinda strange that Looking Glass is actually a mirror, right? Why it's Looking Glass? Like, not why it's not through the mirror. Hey, look, a new arrival. So we died? Do you think he's okay? Of course he's not okay. Rousseau? Who is this? He wouldn't be here if he was okay. Well, maybe he's okay in the spiritual sense. Oh, my head! I didn't think it was possible to feel this much pain. Hold on, he's coming too. Hey buddy, what's your name? Socrates. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. It's Socrates. Did he say Socrates? Oh my god. My god! He's back! He's back! Socrates is back! Quick, let's take him to the arbiter. Hold on. What? No! Put me down! Gosh, what's going on? What? What? What's going on? Where have you taken me? What is this mask? Greetings, great thinker Socrates. Demon! Please don't eat me! This is not the great thinker Socrates. And great thinker? And wait a second, it's from S Attorney. The great thinker Socrates was much wiser and far more burdened. Yeah, I could have told you that. Ari, thanks God you're okay. Did it hurt you? Hi, Dad. You are keen to Ariadne Jones? A sharp thinker. We were just discussing the nature of existence. I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm the arbiter, overseer of the intelligence realm. The what realm? Intelligence realm, the realm of ideas. The plane from which all thought originates, and the final resting place for those who concern themselves with the art of philosophy. The final? Do not worry, Socrates. Your presence here is entirely a mistake. You are no philosopher, after all. Your interesting name must have confused the existence certain algorithm. I must have a word with Turing. Ari? Still alive? Your knowledge, I'm sure, contributes to this misfeeling. Oh, thanks God. Okay, so he's dead. Okay, not that I'm not enjoying this peek behind the mortal curtain, but what does it mean for us? Well, Ariana Jones, I suppose it means you can live. Where did that come from? That wasn't there a moment ago. Right now, in the real world, your unconsciousness, comatose may be more appropriate. But the moment you step through the gate, you will wake up in your hospital bed in New York in a large amount of pain, but alive. It's going to be painful? It would be, yes, but you have no need to worry now, Socrates. There's no pain in your future. Oh, I got out of the crash uninjured? Not exactly. You don't mean? I apologize for the confusion. I said that Socrates was not a philosopher. I now meant to imply he was not dead. When you leave, you'll get him filed away to the appropriate afterlife, one involving a lot of numbers, I suppose. Is this a joke to you, Arbiter? No, it is simply the way of the world. You have a life, he does not, there's no way he can possibly live. But you can't just. He's my dad! Hurry, stop please. But. Look, as much as I hate it, I'm not sure we can talk our way out of this one. So for now, just listen, okay? This might be the last time we get to speak. Will you just know I love you and tell your mother I'm sorry for me, please? Remember to do your homework and Arbiter, can I talk to you for a moment? Of course. What? Ari, I was. Hold that thought that. I'll be right back. I was saying my goodbyes. This is kind of killing my moment. Well, Socrates, I must amend my initial statements. There is, in actually, one way out. There is? Yes, an ancient wager set down by the original arbiter and reserved for the best of thinkers. After talking with your daughter, I have decided to offer you a chance at this challenge. If you can prove an answer, if you can provide an answer to one of the great philosopher questions, the nature of morality, one request will be granted. Oh gosh. An answer? Yes, a way to think about morality. It is internally consistent and compatible with the reality of the world. And of course, everything is in English, and I will never understand it. However, in this game, you're only allotted one chance. And if I find your answer uninsightful, I'm stuck here. Correct, all parties involved must remain here for eternity. But if he is able to find the nature of morality, we can both walk through the door. Correct. But wait a second. It's something that one single man suggested and some small group of people approved, and I must find it out? But what if they are wrong? How can provide any proofs? It's impossible. It's impossible to prove anything in philosophy. Everything is a lie. Hey Aaron, what's up? What on earth did you do? Not much, I just told him that you're actually a brilliant debater. Is all. What? Are you crazy? I'm an accountant, I can't. Harry, I appreciate the statement, but we both know I don't know anything about philosophy. Look, it's not like you're going to be alone. I'm going to stay, and there are people here who know even more than I do. By the way, was it disgraced? Like in the tutorial we did one wrong statement. Just give it a shot, please. The rules really don't stop me from asking others for help. No, they do not, however, you will have to use your own judgment to determine whether the ideas that other people provide meet the criteria I have established. I know I'm going to regret this. Very well, Arbiter, accept your wager. Why are you regretting this? You are not losing anything. It will be the same outcome if you lose, like if you do nothing. So be it. The door will reopen when you have completed your task. I wish you luck. Well, I suppose I should get started. Can anyone here help me find the nature of morality? What is that? Sounds like an earthquake. Really? I thought it was more like a football game. Now you've done it. Huh? I know the awesome relative blue concept on relative phonics circus. Gosh, what the hell? Let me go! Arbiter, do something. What? Is he not getting help? You call this help? They're going to tear him apart. Very well, if you insist. Silence. One of you will come forward at a time, and no more. Now, each of you thinks they can help this accountant answer his question. I believe I can. Fro. Seriously, if they actually spell it in Latin, it would be more easier to read. Let me use Google Translate. Oh gosh. Somebody buying DDR5 memory for $1,400 for just 32 gigabytes. I can't believe this. Look at this. Look at this. Its real price is no more than $300. 300 is maximum. It's more than 4 times. It's almost 5 times more expensive than its default price, and somebody actually bought it by default price. Gosh, I can be rich if I could able to buy something for default price, and now after this sell on eBay. Holy shit. Okay, I wanted to check how to pronounce this name, but LCFRO. And please pronounce it. Oh gosh, I need sound.
Buthifro.
What?
Buthifro.
F.
Buthifro.
Fifrog. Gosh, I cannot pronounce this. It's simply impossible. And if it's impossible, I will call him just E. I believe I can. Now, of course. A Fifro of Athens. How do you fare? Quite well, noble arbiter. Who is this guy? He was a prominent religious scholar and priest back in ancient Greece. He famously debated your namesake many millennia ago. Indeed, my tears ways when no unexpected sought the land. As a sophist, it was my job to educate those who were ignorant, such as yourself. Wait a second, sophists? They just doing sophist states. I don't know how it's English. What? Educating somebody? No. I see. Hey, wait a minute. Listen, my child, and I will share my insight with you. Here it is, the first chapter. Good is what is holy. Obviously not. My religious, when you hear the word religious, it's definitely something that wrong. Studies have given me insight into the nature of right and wrong. Human beings are fallible and vain. They make mistakes. It's definitely wrong. Wait a second, every single statement is right in its own way. The problem is, as pluses its minuses, as right side is wrong, but every single one is doubtful. Even the Newton's statements, 3 of them, they are wrong in general. A god, however, is a superior being. Everyone possesses wisdom far beyond our own. As whatever a god commands must be good. And there you have it, the source of morality. Mankind is flawed, added to the idea state. What? Morality comes from the god. Oh gosh. Is there a problem, child? Well, I'm not exactly religious. I see. Poor unfortunate soul having strayed so far from the light. If you allow your mind to remain clouded, you will never win your way out of here. Clouded? Ari? Listen, Dad. His agreement benefits from its simple nature, but I can't help but feel he's making it seem more simple than it actually is. Okay, so what can I do? Sometimes, by examining an argument closely, you can find assumptions that were previously unstated. But you could find something here like that. More information is always useful and can help you get to the bigger issues. Well, Socrates, is this the answer you seek? I don't think I'm ready to bet my life on the gods just yet, Arbiter. I think I need to ask you a few questions. Alright, Dad, good luck. Okay, we keep asking from the very beginning. It cannot lower this, I hope. What do you mean by that? What exactly are you confused about, Socrates? I understand your mind is clouded, child, but I believe that statement is clear. My studies of religious texts have given me insight beyond your own. At least it did not lower anything. Can we press for backing here? Can you back that up? First, my child, a large part of religion is providing moral guidance. Thus, as a priest, I have been often called to give moral advice. Hence, my insight. My religious studies have given me insight into the nature of right and wrong, so nothing changed. And question relevance, it might be lowered something. Okay, next. Human beings are fallible and vain, they make mistakes. What do you mean by that? Human beings are prone to error. But religious texts were created by humans. They often make incorrect judgments as to what is right and wrong, and you human as well. Is it clear now, my child? Okay, so we must somehow work with this. Press the button. Can you back that up? Do you believe man to be perfect? Maybe. Interesting. Well, looking at you, child, I can assure you they are not. But how can we get it to our statements? Your face is ugly still? My opponent only believes that he does because his face looks like a bone backside. Can is flawed. Believes that essential being are flawed and often make bad judgments. What is flawed? Like flawless victory. Okay, I got it. So it's kind of the opposite than flawless. Alright, I see. I see. Loyalty comes from the god. Are good because gods like them. A god, however, is a superior being. Why a god? Ask for clarification. What do you mean by that? A god has ability far beyond our comprehension. His ability renders them superior to us, mere mortals. Can you back up that? A child, can you throw lightning or create storms? I can throw lightning. Why not? With specific gun? Yes. Create storms? With specific equipment? Yes. Did you create the world in 7 days? But it has no proof that it was created in 7 days, and by using replicas it's possible to create the world. Did you turn your daughter into a tree for your own protection? Nobody did this. No. On my child, each of these things was done by God. Clearly, they are superior. It's an invalid statement. Everyone possessed wisdom far beyond our own. Everyone? Excuse me? You said everyone. Your point, child? Well, I've been assumed you were referring to the commands of a specific deity, but... Well, which god are we talking about? Oh gods, you make us strange to deal with this, Ingrid. That doesn't answer my question. Right now, is there a particular god giving you strange? Does it matter? The many gods, Greek, Hebrew, Egyptian, Norse, there are differences between them, but any would fit the ideas I describe here. The different gods. That's right, and they have different opinion, by the way. I see. Good work, that. Huh? You uncovered an unstated part of, of his views by closely examining his argument. Finding things like this can really help you out. If you don't have enough tools, the person you're debating may just hand you some. Now get back in there and find the larger problem. Wait, hold on. Are you telling me this idea is going to be useful? I don't know, maybe. You're supposed to figure this out yourself, remember? I think I'm already pushing the helping you threshold, that guy. Right. So we must challenge the different gods. Sophie applies to all gods, so they might have different ideas. Human beings are fallible in brain, they make mistakes. Why can keep press for bacon? I still it must remember what we asked him. Maybe only the first time. Everyone possesses wisdom, far beyond your own. Hello, Daytona. It was copied to Newgrounds. It was from the website starting from K or something. Well, I figured out this is a very famous game, despite that I had never known about it. Well, this game is actually like copy of Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright, if you played it. And so far it's good. Used to be all about Newgrounds. Well, when Flash was actually popular, I had almost only 5k modem and it was simply impossible to use it. Well, I use the local network where some very famous games were copied to it. You played it? Oh, you played Ace Attorney. It's a super game, and right now there's around like 15 different games in this universe, some of them still not translated. The latest, which was released to English, was Great Ace Attorney. It's about ancient London when Sherlock Holmes exists. Well, there's Sherlock Holmes in this game. And in the past I was creating Flash games myself. Usually it were visual novels. The only one which is okay to read was about My Little Pony 20-0. No, it was 20, maybe 12. It was one of the last games that I created. And before this, I mostly created erotic games. So you'll never be able to Google them because I use a different nickname for it, for all of them. But there was almost no action, just reading and graphic. And all the stories for them I didn't create it myself, I just got some like short novels. Just put text like here. Everyone possesses wisdom far beyond their own. Okay, everyone, we already checked it. The next one does whatever God commands must be good. Let's ask it. What do you mean? Simply that the gods are the source of morality. There's no better place from which to receive guidance. How can I help you? Can you back up that, my child? Who is more fit to judge morality? A wise man or a fool? The wise man, of course. And as all gods have infinite wisdom, you should defer to their judgment. Thus gods are the ideal source of morality. Gosh. So, we have statement that all gods, though they might have different ideas, all gods have different ideas. How can I use it here? Morality science have means science into nature of right and wrong. Human beings, they make mistakes. A god, however, is superior being. Everyone possesses wisdom, far beyond our own. For example, for the last one, because they have different commands or something. I'm more than sure that it's not possible to save in this game, so if you lose, you'll start from the very beginning. This face is ugly. Well, I'm looking at the text only. Okay, let's challenge this. Let's see what will happen.
Nonsense!
If you could stop for a moment, I'd like to clear up a few things. You said that different religions have different gods, right? Yes, child. And sometimes these gods have different use. Indeed, it comes in many forms. Okay, that is something up. I don't know. I may have found a problem here. Really? That's great. Go ahead and present it. That? Sorry. Just a little intimidating. What if everyone laughs at me? Just present that no one is going to laugh at you. This isn't some deal repellent salesman. It's the real deal. Real things are at stake here. Like me. That just present it. Okay. There's a problem with your position. Is it so, child? It is so. Look, you claim that morality comes from the gods, that we can trust that whatever they command is right. But it seems to me that if the gods disagree, then that puts your idea in a weird place. You yourself said we can't judge their wills for ourselves, but when different gods think different things are good, what could actually be good? That would make the gods impossible to use as a source of morality. Right? Did we win? That was pretty lackluster presentation, that. What? Can't believe this! While this may be true, the validity of an argument is not rooted in style points. Oh, wait a second, we won? Despite lacking both fare and vocabulary, Socrates has a valid point, as I believe you already know. So you win! Yes, as I recall, the first Socrates made very similar points. And what? You just decided to ignore them? Like you, he lacked the face required to see the truth. Your blasphemy will not make you as far as you think. Poor child, let me show you where you have lost your ways. Another one! On divine disagreements. It is true that different deities have different desires in my religion and between religions. I admit that this may be a source of confusion. However, there are many points on which these divine beings agree. For example, most deities agree that it is wrong to kill without cause. Clearly, what the gods agree upon is always good. Is it better, child? Well said. Thank you, Arbiter. As you can see, my child, the gods overcome all obstacles. What are you thinking that? Well, his argument is certainly more nuanced now. But something tells me it still won't stand up to examination. I'm sorry, but I still have some questions for you. Second round. Well, I don't know if you have enough. Can they fit a fifth one? Maybe there's another list will appear. So let's check. Mankind is flawed. Flawed and often make better judgments. Morality comes from the gods. But things are good because gods like them. And all gods, they're different gods. Okay, let's keep asking questions. How do I mean by that? It was your objection, child. Are you claiming to not understand your own statement? No, I'm good. Okay, President Bacon. Can you back that up? Do I need to? You self-supported this point 5 minutes ago. Did you not believe it yourself? No, definitely. Okay, so two different deities have different desires, so it's definitely not related. Admit that this may be a source of confusion. only that one less enlightened than myself might say not be able to work around it. Right? So much passive aggressive. Okay, back up. It confused you, did it not? Yeah, my statement is backed. I admit that this may be a source of confusion. However, there are many points on which these divine beings agree. What do you mean by that? Just because gods disagree on some things does not mean they disagree on all. Okay, let's back it up. Be patient, my child. I'll get to it. Okay, so last conclusion must be wrong. For example, most deities agree that it is wrong to kill without. Most, but not everyone. What do you mean by that? I think it's pretty clear, child. To take the life of another is wrong. Many gods agree about this, don't you? But not all of them. Can you back that up? I'm familiar with the Quran? Anyone who kills a human being, it shall be thought he has killed all of mankind. And Gideonism, he who commits murder must be considered the worst offender. There are countless examples through religions. So this is much more about philosophy, right? Rather than finding clues to a murder mystery. That's right, that's why it's called Socrates Jones for Philosopher. It's only about philosophy. So, plot is this. At the very beginning of this game, after the first chapter, well, 0 chapter, we died. And now we must find what is the something like morality or something to actually survive. If we failed, we'll be killed. If we win, they will send us back to the real world. The countless examples through relations. Something's wrong with this. I don't like most deities. What was the last statement? That the gods agree upon is always good. Oh, so you saying that if they agreed upon something, it's always good. If the gods agree upon something, we can be sure that that something is good. Their collective wisdom is incalculable, after all. Despite that, all these god statements are actually human statements. Excuse me? Why couldn't something the gods agree on be bad?
Nonsense.
What? The gods in their superior wisdom would never agree upon something that wasn't good. They would only tell us to do things that would lead to positive ends. To suggest otherwise is blasphemy. Interesting. Indeed. And if you don't mind, I think I'd like to further examine that idea. Okay, new statement added. That's good. And where's the statement? The area that the gods agree upon is always good. If things are good, the gods will agree upon them. I didn't see where this statement was added, but okay, I don't know what to do already. He seems to have fixed many of the problems with his previous argument. Did it? Just because all the same words are there doesn't mean the argument evolved the same way. Think very carefully about how this might be different from what we heard about. Back to the top, clearly I'm missing something there. What is this statement? Why cannot see it here? Wait a second. Okay, this is visible, this is not. For sure, if things are good, the gods will agree upon them. Okay, ask for clarification. I mean that if the gods who look at something, they would not all agree upon it unless it was clearly moral? or immoral? Definitely need to ask this. Can you back that up? You have established that gods possess infinite wisdom, have you not? While there may be some slight variance between them, these infinitely wise beings will surely come down on the same side when dealing with important matters. Like the aforementioned what example of murder? Must be something about this. It was the last statement. Definitely we must question about it. But where was... What the gods agree upon is always good. What is this? And do you think I know what is this? I see nothing that can help us. We can always also say that question is relevant, that it's not relevant to the... So what? Everything looks quite good right now. How can you beat the statement that what they agree is always good? Most deities agree that it's wrong to kill without cause. It's always good. Gosh, why it's so hard? What time is it? Oh, I have on my screen here. 7. Oh gosh, there must be something. So let's see. Mankind is flawed. It's not related to mankind. Morality comes from the gods. Things are good because gods like them. To all gods, true, they might have different ideas. Oh gosh, why it's so hard? Okay, maybe some other. It is true that different deities have different desires. Alright. Source of confusion. Okay. There are many points on which these divine beings agree. For example, most deities agree that it's wrong to kill without cause. What the gods agree upon is always good. What if I ask question relevance? How is that related to your conclusion? The same way Deus is related to Jupiter. They are one and the same. Also, we are not losing anything. What about this? It's an example reaffirming my point that do you really need such things laid out for you? So it must be, no matter what a challenge. The fact that the gods can agree is essential to debunking your ridiculous objection. And recognizing the problem. Not all of us ignore the issues with our statement, child. Just teach me your humble ways, Father Perfect. Okay, what about this? My new conclusion addresses your objection. Stating your objection seems like the best place to begin. Okay, it's definitely a challenge. So the first one, mankind is flawed. So here, it was his statement, right? Let's challenge this. This mankind is flawed. This is what is wrong with your argument. Is it, child? I think so. I'm not so sure. Oh gosh. If things are good, the gods will agree upon them. Maybe this one?
Nonsense!
Oh, I just selected the wrong one. Hold on. You say the gods only agree upon things which are moral, but how can we be sure? Wouldn't that require us to judge the wisdom for ourselves? Something which, given our flaws, we are unqualified to do.
Nonsense.
What? There's no need for us to attempt to access for ourselves. What do we need to access the morality of things when we have the gods to assess for us? Oh gosh. Assess. And due to their infinite wisdom, I believe it's safe to assume they have judged correctly. So what? Oh gosh. If things are good. Something different than we heard before. It's definitely about mankind is flawed or morality comes from the gods. Gosh, why it's so complicated? To kill without cause. If things are good, the gods will agree upon them.
Nonsense!
What about second sentence? What now, child? He's glaring at me again. No, pull yourself together, Socrates. You have a point to make, so make it. Did you intend to speak, child, or did you just shout nonsense for your own amusement? Right, sorry. Okay, the core of your argument is that morality comes from the gods, right? Yes, my child. And this is true because gods would only command what is good, yes? Also true. There may be hope for you yet. Is it so? Because I think you just revealed a major problem in your argument. So it was just wrong arguments that I used. What? I have no idea what you mean, child. Really? Well then, let me ask you one last question. Are things good because gods command them? Or do gods merely command things because they are good? Oh gosh. What? Look, you have said over and over that the gods would never ask us to do something bad. That they restrict their commands to things which would be good for mankind. But in order for this to be true, wouldn't the things they command have to already be good? They would need to have value rooted in something other than the gods. Who does catch that? The fact is, even in a world where gods existed, they could not be the source of good. They would merely serve to point out good things which already exist. Good things that are good because of other things. Excellent point, Socrates Jones, very clearly presented. I agree. So maybe I should coach you on a vocab. Things isn't exactly a scholar term. Thanks, I think, but I'm most concerned with his thoughts. What do you say? Are moral actions good because the gods command them? Or do the gods command moral actions because they're good? No. No. Oh, you got on top, just as I thought. You've got nothing. You talk a big game, but you clearly haven't thought your points through. There's no way I could accept this argument as my own. It's too holy. Insolent wretch! Try to help, save you, and this is how you repay me? You won't last to win your way out of the child. The gods will smite you for your blasphemy. But wait a second, there was no button like agree. Will they? Somehow I think I'll be fine. I already died once after all. What more could happen? There are no limits on the extent of smithing. Just use wait. You'll be nothing but a pile of dust, of smolder. A warning to all who dares insult the gods. Silence. I believe we heard enough from you. Socrates was right to question you. In the end, your philosophy failed to measure up. Go and reflect upon this. Nice. But, go and reflect. Yes, arbiter. What does it mean reflect? Reflect. I mean, it's. I don't know. Let's see. Let's translate it. Reflect? It's a reflect? Oh, it's like think, meditate. Think deeply or carefully about. I don't know. I had no idea. And what? Don't tell me that this game stuck. Look, what is that? Game just died. Oh gosh. Oh, finally it's loaded. I'm glad. Chapter 2. An old friend appears. Why it took so long to load it? Okay, that regress. To deteriorate into an early state. Okay, fallacy. A logical flaw. I will never remember this, and why do I need? And believe I'm being quizzed on vocabulary by my daughter. And qualification? Come on, that. Well, qualification's very easy. Something you need to qualify? Like a low degree? No. Close enough. Can we stop now? Well, that depends. First of all, you cannot use an explanation of something the same word but with different equivalent, like the same root. No. Qualification is not a qualify. It's like be the same or above the standards that requires you to pass. Well, that depends. Promise not to stumble all over yourself like last time. Hey, I didn't do that badly in the end. I earned all the style points and they all again in the middle. Yeah, you were at least smart enough not to accept his ideas. I still can't pronounce his name. Oh yeah, forgot to do this. Though I could have done without the holy fun. I'm trying to keep our spirit up. I'm allowed a bad pun or two. And this is your way of doing that? Arbiter. Who's next? There are many philosophers in the intelligible realm. One, however, has come forth with the claim that he knows you personally. What? You mean Socrates, maybe not him, knows me? Yes. But that makes no sense. How could he possibly know you? I don't know, maybe one of my old fraternity friends became a famous philosopher without me knowing? One of your friends? I doubt that. Definitely no. But well met, Socrates, my old friend and colleague. I believe I can help you on your quest to find the nature of moralism. Yeah, thanks. Actually, I don't believe we've ever met before. What? Oh, come on, you must remember me. Look at this face, sure a name comes to mind. Dumbledore? Protagoras? How could you have forgotten? We debated in Athens, millennia ago. But I've never been in Athens. By the way, I was. You're American, you must throw a lot. You have money to do this. I'm not the great thinker Socrates? No, well, to be fair, enough. Even if you have sadly forgotten me, our friend, I'll be happy to share my lessons with you. Well then, Let us hold our discussion together in our own persons, making trial of the truth and of ourselves. So it's chapter 2, 3, 4, 4. If you finish this, it will be around 33% of this game. Of course, this chapter should not be hard, the last one should. The source is the self. Simple elimination will demonstrate morality can only come from one place. Your conversation with him has demonstrated that morality doesn't come from the gods. And clearly, morality does not originate from the rocks and the trees. He's right. Thus, the only possible source of morality is human valuing. Well, obviously, the source of morality is human, but what is value and something? Value? Yeah. Evaluation. Alright. As you can see, man is truly the measure of all things. Well, the problem is, there's no such thing as morality. It was made up by people. So he's actually right, but measure of all things, definitely not. How my lesson was informative, my old friend. I told you, I don't know you. Chill that, at least he's being polite. You don't know how that will change if he discards you an accountant. And what is wrong with being an accountant? Who's accountant? I mean, okay, maybe I know. It's a perfectly acceptable profession. Well, Socrates Jones, what do you think? Has Protagoras found the nature of morality? Well, I think he found, but James tells us not. Is he trying to bait me? I think I'd like to ask a few questions before I make the decision. So then, my friends, ask away. Alright, let's give this another go. He's definitely right, except that human is measure of all things. It's definitely not. But morality is make-up word. It didn't exist before humans, and only humans are using it. Why shouldn't I disagree with this? Simple elimination will demonstrate morality can only come from one place. Let's question it. What do you mean by that? When all other possible sources of morality are eliminated, the one that remains is generally true. It's a Conan Doyle statement, Sherlock Holmes. But you might be just don't know something. I believe the final answer for this game will be morality does not exist. This is how I intend to go about proving my conclusion. Can you back that up? Give me time, my old friend. I'm gonna do it. Question relevance. I'm describing the method that I will use to prove my thesis. Definitely, this question relevance maybe will help someday, but it's kind of very useless. Should be useless. Your conversation with a Philosopher has demonstrated that morality doesn't come from the gods. And clearly, morality does not originate from the rocks and trees. So the only possible source of human value. Oh, wait a second. I forgot that it was the last statement. So they're constantly just 4 statements. An argument by elimination, huh? I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's a classic deduction technique that... Yeah, I just told about it. If you eliminate the impossible, the remains must be truth. Yes, Holmes, very nice. Still classic or not, something about this just doesn't sit right with me. I'd better go back to the top and see if I can get more information out of him. Simple elimination will illustrate morality can come. It's definitely wrong. What do we have for challenge? Your face is ugly. Okay, looks like we must keep asking questions to get more challenge. For simply everything. Can you explain what you mean? I think my statement is pretty clear, but if you need to reference the source, please review your last argument. Can you back that up? Excuse me? I believe you did this yourself, did you not? Right, never mind. Doesn't count. Okay, let's question this, but it's quite clear. Morality is not derived from nature. The flow of the river, the movement of the clouds, such things do nothing for our judgment. What about circumstance of the moon? Will be afraid be one of our opponents. I actually prefer his judgment to anyone else. What about the circumference of the moon? Also relevant. Good to know. I knew that suggestion was ridiculous. Okay, let's back it. What evidence do you have to back that up? Being a system that governs the actions of humans, there's a little reasons to believe that morality comes from the things that grow from around us. But if there will be no things to grow, and the only source of food would be meat, and there will be no other animals, you must kill humans and eat them. It will be a morality. By the way, I just actually solve it. Of course, we must solve it by the game, but really what grows around us affects the morality. It is. It's 100% it is. But let's see what author decided for us. Thus, in this case, I believe the burden of proof lies on you. Unless you can provide some evidence showing that morality does come from rocks and trees. I was right? I guessed it right? I think Protagoras' assumption stands. Right, okay then. But I cannot face exactly. Alright, relevance. The nation of nature whittles down the possible source of morality, I meant. Okay, so it was wrong, but anyway, it's very good that actually morality comes from rocks and trees. Because how people created morality? It's constantly changing because of our surroundings. Okay, what about relevance here? The mention of the gods as a source of morality is a key step in drawing my conclusion. We need more statements. The only possible source of morality is human value, so this was the last one, okay. Human value? What does that mean? I apologize, you see, morality is a matter of preference. As a result, it's different for each person. Therefore, whatever an individual believes to be right is right. Okay. Statement. Where's my statement? For that, he updated it. Whatever an individual believes is right for that individual. He is right actually, so what? So my friend, but I'm sure how to clarify that further. Okay. What evidence? It's the only remaining option, my friend. Is that not enough? Hold on. Yes, friend? Look, I understand what you are going for here, but I can't help but feel that an argument based entirely on elimination is a bit weak. I mean, no matter how many sources you eliminate, there's always the possibility that there are others you have overlooked. But number of sources is not unlimited, it is always limited, like the number of words in English vocabulary. Okay, in the future there will be added new words, but it still be limited. If I to accept your argument, I would like it to be supported by something more. Indeed, I was just thinking the same thing. Yes, I suppose you have a point. You're just as insightful as I remember Socrates. Very well, let me approach these lessons from a different angle. When it comes down to it, morality is the matter of values. However, different people form different values. There are no things upon which everyone can agree. It would be arrogant to presume that any position is wrong. Thus, we can only conclude that morality is entirely relative. And there we go. How interesting. I like this argument. Well, actually, what's happening here? You must guess what this attribute is actually thinking about morality, nothing else. We just need to match his opinion, not find the truth. It says, I can do whatever I want. What? That's not what he's saying, at least I hope not. Well, Socrates, once again, I'd like to ask a few questions. Of course, my friend, ask away. Well, the problem is, what most people think about morality makes the morality real for this world. And if someone disagrees, he will just break some bomb and put into prison or even killed. And this is so stupid. I really don't like this. So where's the problem started? Every single human must have their own world where they can live with their own morality. How to achieve this? Create your own world. Maybe virtual reality, like in Exit Corners. Okay, let's keep asking questions. Or what challenge? Nothing to challenge. By values, I mean the personal preferences of individuals. For example, one may hold certain actions in very high esteem. Noble sacrifice, for instance. This I don't like. Noble sacrifice is definitely not a moral sin. You must survive yourself. It's natural selection. If you died, you failed. While holding nothing but disgust for other actions, like wanton thievery. If you truly are confused, I recommend to check a dictionary. Okay, press. I don't believe I need to, my friends. The definition of morality is values, which distinguish between right and wrong, is it not? It depends on the dictionary. So I think my statement stands firm. Alright then. What about relevance? As I mentioned before, human value is the foundation of my argument. People have different values. Different values? Yes, people believe in different things. They have different preferences. You have to admit that, that's pretty clear. About different people from different values. Alright. You just finished the button with... This is stupid man. Religion man. Tell me, what do you think he valued? Peter, the gods, and being condescending jerk. Indeed, and do you value these same things? No. Exactly, you two build your moral system upon different values. As just one example, in the world there are many more. The fact that people have different values is key. I mean, if everyone believes the same thing, there wouldn't be much to support my thesis, would there? Only many people's value different. They may lead them to make entirely contradictory conclusions, much like the gods. I don't have to believe. Is it so? You remember our old Athenian democracy, do you not? Sure, why not? Well then, surely you must also remember that on most issues, people disagreed on what was the right way to vote. Some thought our penalties for crime were too harsh, while others thought our penalties were not harsh enough. Why, as you know, I was even argued that you should be put to death for speaking out. What? Wait, what? Speech penalty. Oh gosh. According to Protagoras, some people believe that those who speak out should be put to death. Well, it's definitely against any moral system. Someone who wants to put someone to death must be dead, must be killed as well. Those who speaks out for death must be put to death. Okay, question rounds. How is this related to your conclusion? Provides further support for my thesis that people have different preferences, old friend. It also shows the consequences of the previous premise. It would be arrogant to presume that any position is wrong. It's not our place to decide if another's moral perspective is wrong. Come on, do you really believe we have the right to say that one who believes that eating beef is immoral is more correct than one who against eating chicken? Wait, what? This is rather a silly example coming from an academic. As you can see, there's no way we can say that one moral system is better than another, I guess. It's the linchpin of my argument, really. As morality is subjective, we cannot access other opinions as a consequence. It also shows the consequences of the previous premise. This strikes me as worrisome. Is the last night one? No, as we can only conclude that morality is entirely relative. What do you mean by that? By relative to the individual, I mean that each person may decide for himself, that is, what is right and what is wrong. I believe the context should help eliminate my point. Okay. I believe I just did what you just did. That's my conclusion, actually. So we must... A little bit more, but I'm still not sure I'm willing to bet our lives on it. Surely morality cannot be that subjective. There's nothing to do but start from top again. Okay, so we did everything except we didn't challenge him with speech penalty. Some people believe that those who speak out should be put to death, and how will it help us? And can actually your face exactly will work for something? Different people form different beliefs. There are no things upon which everyone can agree. It would be arrogant to presume that any position is wrong. Terror relative, let's challenge this. This what is wrong with your argument? It is? I think so? Not sure. Oh, we lost. Is metal failures? Speech penalty must work for something. I don't think where. There's no things upon which everyone can agree that any position is wrong. Arrogant to presume that anybody will challenge this.
Nonsense!
Hold it right there, old friend. I still can buy your argument. You claim that it's impossible to say that someone else's values are wrong, but that is simply not true. Come on, old friend, not impossible, arrogant. You really believe we have the... I'd like to put forth a different example. You yourself said that there are individuals who believe that those who speak out should be executed, did you not? Of course. Well, I was thinking about the position of these individuals, and it occurred to me, without a free and open debate, we wouldn't even be able to discuss the things we are here. Oh, excellent observation, Socrates. Thank you, Arbiter. Protagoras, for just a moment, consider the consequences of that argument. If free speech were punished so, society would stagnate. Science and thought would come to a halt. Such side effects should not result from logical thinking. But free speech is one of many things now considered to be right. Well, Free speech considered to be rights, but we do not have free speech at all. And the more we live, well, this game was created before this, the more free speech will be even shut down your channel on Twitch. And you can put me in prison, for example, being a Russian said something, or Belarus, especially in Belarus. You'll tell some joke, you'll find yourself in prison for several years and maybe even executed inside. It's very easy. Right. Don't make me laugh. Society is improved by their existence. Can you really argue that those who believe such things should be persecuted? Have validation. Well, I just hope that society will improve in the future, because right now they degrade, and maybe someday humanity stops their existence due to this. So stupid. Freedom of speech must exist, and nobody should forbid it at all, no matter what the speech will be. No matter what. Any individual must be able to block something, like in our channel, moderator or me can block someone's statement and some person. For yourself, but not for the whole world. Right now what's happening? If you say something wrong, you'll be banned from every single place. And this is wrong. Only individual must decide what is proper or inappropriate for him and his family. But you cannot decide for everything. You cannot go and say, I forbid these video games because my kid played it, and it might harm him some way. You can't forbid it here for own child, but you should not forbid it for everyone. Alright, how do you think it is arrogant to express doubts in this position? Then this is actually kind of impressive. And it well constructed Socrates. The fact is, while you can argue that most things are based upon the individual, your philosophy falls apart when dealing with extremes. Such positions are indefensible regardless of what an individual thinks. And thus, morality cannot be entirely determined by the individual.
Nonsense!
What? I appreciate the energy, old friend, and you have raised some good points. But confess so, I'm a little confused as to why you have suddenly changed your position on free speech. What? The original Socrates was anti-free speech, that. What? So, come to think of it, that didn't stop him from complaining when he was put to death for blasphemy. Everyone makes mistakes. Regardless, my counter-argument is solid, right? No, not quite. What? You raise some good points, but not perfect points. Give me a moment, and I will show you the flaws in what you just proposed. Oh gosh. It is true. Okay, all morals are subjective. It is true, my friend, that most people agree on things such as free speech. However, that does not mean that such things are universal goods. For example, if one was yell fire in a crowded theater, causing mayhem and panic, it is hard to see how that instance of speech would then be good. But what he actually thinks that there's fire? As morality is affected by situation, it cannot be objective. And there you have it. Rights as legal institution may be good, but the morality of how you use them can vary. Wait a second. Claim fire in the theater, it's definitely not related to the free speech. Free speech is when you can show your thoughts to the public. Well, exclaiming something like fire in the theater will violate the rules of making noise and writing. What? No, just noise. You shouldn't noise. Like, you cannot use your signal of automobile inside the city, despite that some people actually using it. You can use it only if it's real danger. Is signal of your automobile car is a free speech? No. Very interesting points. And what is fire actually proves? It's not your thoughts. So they misunderstand what's free speech at all. Very well, Socrates. You may now ask pertaining your questions. Fire is not free speech. It was arbitral. However, that doesn't mean such things are universal goods. For example, if you say fire, you must question this, it's definitely not related. What do I mean by that? Yelling things to deliberately create panic hardly seems an unquestionable good, does it? It is all I'm trying to say here. But it's not a free speech. What are you talking about? Can you back that up? I really don't see what's wrong with yelling. What? You don't see what's wrong with yelling fire? Socrates. My argument was that yelling fire is not a free speech situation. Fire? Where? God damn it, it's Walter. Like what? What? So everyone is claiming something, I don't understand what. Gentlemen, worry not, there's no fire. Socrates, refrain from causing unnecessary panic in the future. Sorry. I believe you have just demonstrated my point. You should always have the right to speak carelessly, but that does not mean doing so is good. Relevance? Random example supporting my objection. In this case, I close my counterexample because it deals directly with your free speech example. You're talking about speech, not exclaiming. Gosh, is it in English it's the same? No, not in my language. Free speech means only your opinion, not saying anything. And saying exclaiming your opinion in theater is also not a free speech situation. You can put it in a book, tell somebody who's you're speaking to, not someone who you don't know. Especially you cannot tell it to some kid. Or something. Okay, let's say. Looks like we must question everything. But if I think carefully, I might get which actually argument we can get in our list. Universal goods. What is affected by citation? It cannot be rejected. This is the last statement. This new argument goes in such a different direction. Not sure how to deal with it. It's quite a different direction, isn't it? One almost wonders if it all connects. But regardless, back to the top. Loyalty is affected by situation? That's right, but it cannot be objective? That's right, morality cannot be objective. I really agree with him. What do you mean by that? I think my statement is pretty clear. Your argument simply does not hold water. Morality still comes from the individual. Is that what he's saying? I believe I just did. Okay. That is my conclusion? Is it? I mean, if I remember correctly, your philosophy is that morality comes from the individual, right? Yes, my friend, that is correct. I see. Protagoras, you have indeed raised an interesting counterpoint to mine. Hello, anybody, Rava? It's all the Foxy Shadow's fault, not mine. Ask him. Anyway, after this game, tomorrow we'll be playing for 2 days. So Sunday, Monday. The second Broken Sword or Cycle of the Blood. The Smoke and Mirror or something, I'm not sure. And after this, it will be The Simpsons Hit and Run. So it's 2 requests, and after this, there will be 2 more games, and finally finish this request, and we'll return to some very good and awesome games like, for example, Resident Evil, or Tomb Raider, or Tales of Series. I must play the first Tales of on SNES, Tales of Fantasy or something. So there's still a lot of games to play, but first of all, I must finish all the requests. Well, despite that Fox will say that it's not his request, I will disagree. You have indeed raised an interesting counterpoint to mine. Thank you, old friend. Does it mean you're ready to accept the validity of my techniques? By the way, there's more action than in regular visual novel, but still. On the contrary, you see, you've also demonstrated why it would be foolish to do so. What? You just argued that mercy can be affected by situation, correct? Yes. But the action that would be correct in one place would be incorrect in another. Indeed. Where are you going with this? Well, it's an interesting observation, but it ruins again the grain of what you said earlier. For if morality is affected by situation, then there are clearly factors other than the individual that affect it. Well, that's right. I don't believe it. It seems to me you have 2 choices, but both have the same results. Good day to all. Let's see how many people here. 3, and one of them is me. Second one is you, and that's all. It may be Daytona, it may be Ziri, I don't know who. Oh, can I check on my phone? I believe it's not possible. Anyway. You could either maintain the assertion that morality is situation dependent and your philosophy is undermined, or you could retract it, thus giving credibility to my original complaint. But either way, the idea that morality is entirely individual is thrown into question. What do you have to say to that? Is it Morse? No. Socrates. Your rhetorical techniques have no doubt in all these years. Perhaps my position is indeed on shakier grounds than I released. There will be another statement, because I already want to move to another statement from other philosopher. You have given me much to consider. I could write a thesis on it all. And you too, Protagoras. You just may have been onto something with your idea that the correct action can change based on situation. Finding out why it does is going to be the hard part. Protagoras, you're dismissed. Nice. Thank you for your input. Thank you, Arbiter. Socrates, I believe you have it in you to win this great wager. Just as you did before. Wait, what? Goodbye, my old friend. Wait a second, the last opponent will be the real Socrates? Might be. What did he mean, as you did before? I thought you would have figured it out by now. Huh? Taking on the arbitral challenge is no easy task. In fact, throughout all of time, only one has ever had his wish granted. Are you Socrates? I don't think so. Only one? Yes, your namesake. What? Wait a second. So he is living now in outside world? And remember everything about his past, because if it's ourselves, it's kinda bad wish if you have erased memory of your past. The great thinker Socrates, the wisest man in Athens. Unlike the other philosophers, Socrates was never sure of his ideas. He was always questioning, always challenging himself and others in pursuit of the truth. Never satisfied with any of the answers that were provided until he disappeared. Disappeared? Yes, without a trace. Simply vanished into the ether, never to be seen again. What happened to him? Was his wish to live? No one is quite sure. The last person to see Socrates on this plane was René Descartes. And according to Descartes, the only thing Socrates said was, I found it. He found it? That morality is false? There's no such thing? The answer. Seriously, there will be the answer. We already have the answer in this world. I thought that answer is unreachable. That's my namesake? I really hope I'm not expected to live up to that. Okay, I hope it will load the next chapter. Don't crash here. Hope it's not crashing. Chapter 3, the social contract? Alright. What did I do? Close this. Well, the original Socrates may have bested the Arbiter's challenge, but that's two philosophers down, and I don't feel any closer to our goal. It always seems to be just out of reach, doesn't it? Do not worry, there's still near infinity perspectivities to examine. In fact, I already have another philosopher ready for you to debate. Wonderful. So, what's the new philosopher? Is it another Greek dude? Because frankly, I'm getting sick of Greek dudes. No, this one is British. Oh, how exciting. I'm simply ecstatic. What's the matter, Socrates? Do you no longer wish to continue? Hold on, I never said that. Of course I wish to continue. That. Very well, then give me a moment, Socrates, and I will bring the new philosopher out. Huh? Who are you? Hello? Arbiter, are you sure this is the right guy? He isn't doing anything. Maybe he's dead? Well, technically, humbug. He can speak. Of course I can speak, you silly girl. I just choose not to. You waste time with small words, and small words are the money of fools. Arbiter, who is this guy? You may refer to me as Thomas Hobbes? You should know, Mr. Jones, that my mother gave birth to twins, myself and Fear. No, it's Hobbes. However, Shakespeare was not a philosopher. By the end of the day, you will be certainly acquainted with both of us. Well, jeez, isn't he a dramatic one? Hobbes, you may present your argument. Of course, Arbiter. Allow me to begin by describing to you the natural state of man. Gosh. In the natural state, men find themselves equal in competition for resources. Natural state? I don't know. Being selfish, they will go to any lengths to achieve their desires? Definitely not me. To be or not to be? Not to be. This sets them at odds with every other man, creating a constant state of war. Constant state of war? This I do not understand, really. He's actually right, but for every other man, I do not understand the concept of war. Why is it even happening? Not for me, definitely against any way of war. Actually, it's why I was for a real freedom of speech. Because if it was real, there would be never war. But war exists because nobody wants to allow this. Still, even nowadays. Merciless conflict makes life nasty, brutish, and short. And there we go, the natural state of mankind. For some of mankind, but everyone. The natural state added to the idea state. Slate? Mankind is selfish. But wait, you said nothing about morality. Of course not. In the natural state, there's no morality. I start understanding what the morality is. There's nothing binding us to respect one another, nothing stopping us from killing each other. What? Well, that's depressing. And ridiculous, of course, there's a sense of right and wrong. Arbiter, there's no way this philosophy can possibly be the correct answer. It's actually what I was thinking in the past. So you must have the ability to live in any world you want. Right now, we cannot live in VR worlds, so it must be a country. Every single country, well, it's definitely not enough, has their own position of what's going on. So I selected myself where to live. If you disagree, I'm just disappearing from the world where I was and switch it to another one. Well, if I do not like it here, I will switch to another one, but many people just return to their initial state, and this I do not understand. They are simply weak or something. You must constantly search for something. If you stopped, this means you're old. If I stop, it will be the same for me. This means I will be too old to continue. And this is a way to retire and death. Very, very sad. Remember, there's no way this philosopher can possibly be the correct answer. You seem rather sure of yourself, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, by the way, Dr. Jones, Socrates Jones. Shall we put your theories to the test? Gladly. People work together. Careful. Let's observe the states. Your face is ugly. The natural state, according to Hobbes, in the natural state, every man is in constant war with others. Mankind is selfish. Hobbes believes that man will always seek the greatest benefits to himself. Not everyone, but for some reason, some of them, and who is doing this, for some reason famous at the same time. It's always politics. Maybe they're all insane, I don't know. If you declare the war to somebody, you must be put not in the prison but hospital, asylum. That's crazy house. You must be isolated. But of course he will disagree and many people will support him. This means that they also must be isolated. But how can you isolate them? As the head of the country. I do not understand. They will never be isolated because the people who are living here are too weak. They will never cooperate it because they actually selfish. Oh gosh. This world is so complicated. People work together, people often help each other in order to further the overall good. Yeah, but it's the same like with war. Less people doing this and less people cooperating. There's a lot of individuals who are working with themselves and only their families. They don't care about other. So stupid. Okay, the natural state, men find themselves equal in competition for resources. Looks like the guy on the bike of the movie Saw? Guy on the bike? I saw the movie Saw, but I don't remember any guys on the bike. But I saw only two first movies. And what happened next? I would prefer if it was some kind of series or even visual novel, but not the movie. The first movie was really like Japanese visual novel, rather than the movie. And the second one as well. It more reminds me of Royal Battle. Wait a second. Was it the first movie or was it something else? Maybe it was a manga. Okay. Being selfish, they will go to any lengths to achieve their desires. Oh, this one? Yeah, I got it. Actually, the same guy was in Liar Game. But at least in Liar Game, nobody died. Japanese Liar Game, and of course they got it from Saw, that's for sure. This sets them at odds with every other man, creating a constant state of war. But wait a second. But they cooperating to be in war, right? So I can challenge it, people work together. Hobbes, your argument here is about as weak as they come. You claim that people are in constant state of war, but I see people cooperating every day. Is it so? Yes. I won? Already with my first statement? Yes, societies are in fact built upon such cooperation. Employees in a business collaborate to create a product. Construction workers get together to build a house. Police work together to take down criminals. Philosophers work together to find the truth. Exactly, thank you, Arbiter. Well, Thomas Hobbes, if people were always at war, none of these things would be possible. Society, as we know, it could not exist. What do you have to say to that? Say that you're merely an observer of the obvious, Mr. Jones. Huh? You insult my intelligence. Do you really think I hadn't considered such things? Our sense of morality is what allows us to cooperate in such a fashion. But wait, hold on, you said earlier there was no morality. Indeed, in the natural state, this is true. However, as such a state is extremely uncomfortable, we have long since moved beyond it. Allow me to explain to you, Mr. Jones, the step you have missed. I think in some of the chapter I will simply fail and we will lose it, and we'll start from the very beginning of this game because it will not save something. Alright, the social contract. At the core of mankind's self-interest is survival. Right. However, in the natural state, there's no security. Thus, mankind is impelled to seek peace, forming contracts between individuals. He's right. It is from such exchanges that our sense of morality is born. I also agree. But something strange with the last statement. And there you have it. Our moral rules, our society, our political systems, which I really hate any single political system, they should not exist. They're all bad and wrong. They all come from that social contract, but the problem is people other than me needs it because they can't behave themselves. Someone must regulate this free speech, someone must regulate all these words, but still, they're failing in doing this. It's very sad. Somebody please regulate video cards prices and DDR5 memory because I cannot buy it. I want it, but I cannot. Because scalpers bought everything. Oh gosh, you can't even pre-order it. Bots pre-orders it. Somebody forbid bots, but nobody cares because there's still freedom of speech and wars. Gosh. I want to live in future. Nowadays it's too old for me. I belongs to 25th century or something. I don't know. It's very sad. If there would be a time machine, I would travel only further in the future, never in the past. A very compelling argument indeed. How did this happen? I thought for sure we were ready to move on. He walked right into that one that helped him set it up and everything. Hobbes is one of the most prominent social contract philosophers. It's only nature he took his argument in this direction. What? You knew this? Why didn't you warn me? Are there any other options? I just doubt. Sorry, I just assumed you already knew. I mean, that's kind of... it's not uncommon knowledge, you know? Is there a problem, Socrates? Or are you ready to accept the truth of my argument? Well, his argument seems pretty solid now. That's for sure. But something built on a premise so grim, I can't just accept it without examination, so we must examine every single statement. Arbiter, I'd like to ask Mr. Hobbes a few questions. Scholastic thinking. I hardly see the attraction in it. Come on, Hobbes. Very well, Mr. Jones. Give it a shot. Let's see how it goes. How many arguments here in each chapter? There's also, maybe they will be increased in the future. Maybe, is it the second argument? Let's see. So in the previous chapters 1 to 1, 2, 3. There will be 3 by 3. Okay, this one 3, next one 2, next one 3, next one 4. Okay, in general they 3. In general that's 3, that means that if we finish this chapter it will be 50% of this game. At the core of Minecraft's self-interest is survival. Let's question this. What do I mean? Above all else, we want to live. Power and knowledge don't mean anything to the dead. But you can risk, by the way. Risking is a nature of every single human. Power knowledge, not even power knowledge. Seriously, many people even start in war knowing that they will immediately die, like what was this general? I forgot. He killed by just doing a phone call. Just in the first year, it was kinda obvious. Still he did it. Unless you're stuck forever depending in some twisted philosophical afterlife, I have to get out of here. Can you back it up? Tell me, Mr. Jones, do you enjoy being dead? It hasn't been so bad actually. Oh? Yeah, it's been great. I've been meeting cool people like you. I've been mistaken for several thousand old missing people. Well, the problem is, there's no such thing like afterlife. Of course, I would rather still be alive. I need to live. I'm very lively, have you know. If there was an afterlife like this, I will definitely select this world rather than the real one, but it does not exist, so we will never do this. Then most people at my age would do anything to stay alive, and... Is it? I thought you were older than me. I just made your point for you. Indeed. You have gratitude, Mr. Jones, so if you die, you'll forever be like this guy, before he actually died. No, I'll prefer be like this. In this case, you must die at the age of 27? Well, I'm not 27. I'm much older. The core of mankind's self-interest is survival. Can we question relevance? Further defining the nature of man's self-interest, or rather prioritizing it, is essential to understanding the way our society works. Okay, in the natural state there's no security. In the natural state, anyone is free to do whatever they please. With knowledge you can achieve immortality? The problem is, humans' brains are not even 4 terabytes of pure text. You can get knowledge, but you cannot store it in your head. And if you can store it, you cannot operate it. It was very proved by school things, when you can remember every single answer to every single question, but after school, when you graduated with red diploma and excellent marks, you can't do anything and you become a regular counter. You cannot control your life, you have very low salary. All your knowledge didn't help you because you cannot operate it, and people who can operate usually cannot store knowledge. They're using something that already pre-existed, like other people, computers, etc. They controlling everything, getting high salary, etc. So for some reason, who were getting like 3 out of 5 marks in school are in better situation being grown up with their work than somebody with excellent 5 of 5 marks. Strange. I don't know why, but it's happening all the time. In the natural state, anyone is free to do whatever they please. This includes actions which would cause harm to other people. If you were in the natural state and felt the desire, I could kill you without consequence, Mr. Jones, assuming you were not already dead, of course. Is he threatening me? I hope you understand just how little security of the natural state affords. Let's press. Our previous discussion illustrated the danger of the natural state, Mr. Jones. But how can we know this state actually exists? It did more or less in the distant past. Before civilization developed, ancient man was in such the same condition as he would be in the natural state. All of this is supported by archaeology, as well as the study of modern hunter-gatherer societies. some reason gathered, survived in Wild West, but not hunters. Hoes are dashed by the relatives of life. Okay, let's check this. Lack of security works in tandem with our previous established desires to naturally lead to the next step, Mr. Jones. As mankind is impelled to seek peace from contracts between individuals, there were 4 statements. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the 3. Still the 3. What exactly? Indeed, this could use some elaboration. Very well, by contract, I refer to an agreement between individuals. In such contracts, we agree to give up some of our personal freedoms, most notably our freedom to harm. Because others do as well, such an agreement confers into everyone greater security. Interesting. Updated statement. Alright, so he updated this one. We form contracts agreeing to give up freedoms in exchange for security. Freedom is when you want to do something, but you cannot. No, you cannot. Let's clarify this. The mutual forfeiture of rights creates a society where everyone is more secure. But most of an individual's benefits from the social contract come from the other people giving up their rights. That is correct. Interesting. You yourself gave countless examples of people working together. Do those not suffice? When the stranger man agrees to guard the pig in exchange for pay, is that instant a contract is formed. That instant, oh gosh. Detail the logic that leads directly up to it. What do you have to challenge? Mankind is selfish. So, yeah, it's like greater benefits to the self, nature state. Poor with other. Can I challenge it right now? Maybe we need one more argument. It is from such exchanges that our sense of morality is born. I mean to say that morality comes from the social contract, from treaties, and these treaties determine what we are allowed to do. Assuming, as we have, that the natural state exists, and in the natural state man is free to do whatever he pleases, we can only conclude that that the restrictive morality we know comes from contracts formed between men. It isn't. It isn't? No, it isn't. A conclusion is hardly related to itself, is it? It just is. So this is your conclusion. Why didn't he just say that? So what was the last one? Well, he's certainly good at this. He's famous for a reason that. Are you finished, Mr. Jones? You can't show weakness with these people. They're like sharks. There has to be a problem here. This cannot be answered. Yes, I see how like this natural state actually contradicts with what he's saying, but should we really use it? In the natural state, every man is a constant war with others. Man will always seek the greatest benefits of the self. People work together is definitely not related. Constant war with others. At the core of mankind's self-interest is survival. Instead, there is no security. Upon contracts agreeing to give up ribbons in exchange for security. So natural state should work very good here. Let's see. What is wrong with your argument? No? Maybe not. Let's go with not. Are you sure? From contracts agreeing to give up freedom in exchange for security. There must be something about it. cannot be mankind is selfish. I can check.
Nonsense!
It can? Hold it right there, Hobbes. I'll admit the individuals parts of your philosophy sound good on paper, but they don't work quite so well when viewed as a whole. Is it so? Do explain? Gladly. The social contract theory is based on the idea that people are selfish, correct? Indeed. And that they will go to any lengths to improve their own prosperity? Correct. Which is why contracts must be formed. I'm a little confused. What exactly is the problem, Socrates? Me too, by the way, I don't know why. Isn't it apparent by now? If the only benefits of the social contract come from other people giving up their rights and people are as selfish as you claim, what is there to stop these also selfish individuals from breaking a contract after it's made? Oh, I see. Why, that is a very good question. Working off Hobbes' own theory of human nature, men will always seek the most adventurous situation. Well, the most adventurous situation for anyone would be that they keep their rights when others give them up. So why would people ever keep their contracts? They wouldn't? Of course not! Everyone would stab each other in the back the moment they could get away with it. Actually, this actually happens even in corporations. However, your ideas taken all together are self-defeating. There's no way the social contract could be formed in the way you've described.
Nonsense!
No way! There'll be another argument. I can't believe this. Mr. Jones, you're getting carried away. I think I've made good points. Well, there is nothing more than a reaction to sun and glory, Mr. Jones. And in your case, the glory you're reacting to is quite artificial. What? All of these things you're saying, they have occurred to me. They in fact the obvious progression of thought. When arguments end, the dispute ends in a fight. No, we can't do this. The fact that any self-interest man would break his contract is a problem. Which is why I came up with the next step in the thought process. The next step. Gosh. Our obligation to the contract. Without obligation, selfish individuals are indeed likely to break the contract. However, such obligations can easily be created by fear, namely fear of repercussion, whatever it is. I need to clarify this word. This fear can, in turn, be created by empowering a sovereign. Such a ruler could then deal out punishments to those who break the contract. And as a result, the moral system in the contract would remain intact. It's very stupid because I definitely didn't sign any contract. For example, my country when I born. And see, I still must follow it. I hate this. There we go. As you can see, Mr. Jones, my philosophy is quite sustainable. Social contract simply needs proper enforcement. Contracts needs to be enforced, okay. You know what? I think I actually missed talking to a Theo from what was his name. I heard many times on Google Translate, but still didn't get it. Dad, are you going to be okay? I don't know if there is a problem here, Ari. I mean, we just needed to find the nature of morality. Maybe this is it? Do you honestly believe that? Do you think that morality is found in the rules dictators enforce? Don't know? Well then, keep looking. There has to be a flaw in his argument somewhere. Are you two quite done chatting over there? Yes, Arbiter, sorry. Hobbies, you may have thought through my previous challenges, but my life depends on my own accepting the true nature of morality, and somehow I just can't accept that this is it. For many countries, yes. By the way, his actually statement is current situation of many countries. You know which one. Bah, humbug. Very well then, Mr. Jones, I have all the time in the world. Examine away. So you're right, anybody, Rabba. When arguments end for him, he would fight. This will never happen in this game. Let's see. Without obligations, selfish individuals are indeed likely to break the rules. And what challenge we have? Contracts need to be enforced. Every contract requires obligations powerful enough to enforce its morals. How can I use this? Gosh. Without obligations, selfish individuals are indeed likely to break the contract. However, such obligation can easily be created by fair, namely fair repercussions. Can I ask question this? Fear repels us from its source. If breaking the contract was connected with something men feared, they would be compelled to respect it. So like a horde of zombies? Excuse me? Well, people fear zombies, so if breaking the contract was tied to unleashing zombies, I think my dad gets it. Let's move on. For once we agree. Can you back this up? Tell me, Mr. Jones, are you familiar with the concept of hell? In Christian religions, fear of hell is used as a major motivation in keeping the tenets of the faith. For many, it's an even more effective motivator than the promise of heaven. Spare the rod, spare the child. The countless situation in which fear is used to enforce the public good is very, very right. And how it's related? This is the solution to the affirmated problem. What about the first one? As you observe, men will break the contract to their own benefit. Keeping them from doing such requires either great incentive towards keeping it, or disincentive from breaking it. Just give me a moment. The most adventurous situation for anyone would be that they keep their rights, while others give them up. Everyone would stab each other in the back the moment they could get away with it. My name is Socrates Jones and I am an imbecile. What? Is there enough support for you? Yeah, I believe that will do. In order to find a solution, one must first understand the problem. Here I am detailing the problem. This fear can in turn be created by empowering sovereign, okay. Simple, the people give power to a ruler who is able to enforce the contract. I'm totally against this. There should be no rules. By giving power, you mean from an agreement with? Indeed. As in a contract? Yes, in exchange for the power, he grants order and protection. It's never happening. Interesting. Statement updated? Alright. The sovereign forms a contract with the people to enforce their rules. Sovereign forms a contract with the people to enforce their rules. People agree to obey their sovereign. They give him power. It's very great strip on people. Like in the United States, only 50% agree with the sovereign. So wrong. Wait a second, what if we could have at least 4 different presidents? Like 3 judges, 3 presidents. Not just one, but 3 of them. And they might constantly debate every day and we must observe it and select what is better for us. Wait a second! Maybe someday in the future this will happen. In every country there will be at least 3 presidents who will disagree with each other and we constantly will be selecting every single outcome that benefits us. That's how it should be. Biden and Donald Trump must sit together and constantly fight each other, and the third one maybe from Orange or Green Party. Or both of them 4, but 4 is not enough, we must see the 5th one. Because 2 against 2, it's not good. Must be 3 against 2, at least. Or every single one individual. Alright, can we back it? What do you have to support this statement? I mean, he, Beckett. There's an agreement between the people and their protector. The protector fails his duties. These people may rebel. Well, only half of them. This way, the people form a contract with their ruler. How is this related to your conclusion? It tells the process in which the sovereign comes to have the power they need to solve the earlier detailed problem. Something wrong with this. Let's try.
Nonsense!
Hobbes. I'll admit that your philosophy is very interesting from a political perspective, but as a basis of morality, it simply won't stand.
Nonsense!
What? Mr. Jones, even now you lack sensible qualities such as fair. Haven't you learned not to make such brash statements?
Nonsense!
Brash? This time I think not. Boys, enough grandstanding. Get to the point. Hobbes, you said that the source of our obligations to the social contract is in the pressures laid upon us by the sovereign, is that correct? Yes. And the sovereign's power to apply such pressures comes from a contract between him and the people, yes? Absolutely. Well then, Hobbes, answer me this. What obligates the king to follow his contract with his people? You may have added a layer of obligations, Hobbes, but you haven't fixed anything. The problem is still exactly the same. The king, being selfish, will take advantage of his people. And we are back where we started. No matter, just another moment of your time, and I will lay out what binds the king to his contract. Oh gosh, another one?
Nonsense!
No! Why? I don't need to hear it, Hobbes. How dare you? The fact is, we can do this forever. I can continue to point out the lack of obligation in your morality, and you can attempt to provide a source. You cure the symptoms and not the disease. The question you need to answer is not what obligates the king. If the source of obligation is a social contract, then can only be another contract. Instead, answer me, what obligates us to keep our contracts? What makes them the source of morality? Can you answer this, Hobbes? That you actually stabbed him! It's the core of your problem, Hobbes. Morality based in contracts leads to an infinite regression of obligations. Thus, it can't possibly be the true source. Oh, that. Let's see him counter that. Well, Hobbes, how can something that requires obligation be the source of all obligation? It just doesn't make sense that your philosophy is hobbled, Hobbes. Well, you see, propesters, the sovereign will, it creates in us a mechanical drive to, I give up? What was this animation? Socrates, do you know what my last words were before I died? Now I'm about to take my last voyage, a great leap into the dark. I desired rest. Life finally free from fear and discomfort. I did not wish to be trapped in this realm, debating for all eternity. Accepting the arbiter challenge was a foolish choice, Mr. Jones, but needless to say, I can understand why you did so. And ignorant as you are, you have given me reason to examine my principles. Shall now take my leave. Nice. Listen, can be different endings? I believe not. Ness and Torrens were known, so not here. Chapter 4, The Pursuit of Happiness. Well, I must say, Socrates, I'm impressed. Hobbies? What time is it? 21. Hobbies holds significant a lot here in the intelligent realm. His ideas influenced later prominent thinkers such as John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and John Rawls. I don't know who they are. Besting him, or even getting him to question the logic of his ideas is a significant accomplishment. So does this mean that gets to come home now? No, the door is still closed. In the end, his success here, while impressive, cannot be construed as providing an answer. They only mean that Socrates is ready to face even greater challenges. Great. Okay then, so which arrogant know-it-all do I have to the honor of facing next? I believe that would be me. Wait, is that Neil? John Stuart Neil at your service? It's the from the very beginning. It is! It is who? John Stuart Mill, one of the most prominent utilitarian philosophers that. As I remember about him, he was also a politician. And I don't really remember what was he doing, like all of these philosophers. I really do not believe in the philosophy. And I don't believe in morality. He was a member of parliament and an early feminist as well. Oh yeah, feminist, that's right. Mentions him at least 4 times today. He actually wrote this like women as something and tried to make them actually be able to vote, and actually it's raising a question, so it was men who tried to rise. And yeah, it was a human being that was mastering the path to free slaves from the south. But I really don't understand what was the reason. Because he actually wanted equality, or like in previous statement, you was seeking the benefits. I'm not seeking benefits, but him, I'm not sure. Let's see. I'm sorry. Not to worry, old chap. I'm sure we will get to know each other quite well by the end of the day. Shall we begin? Let's see. Morality comes from happiness. Everyone happy? That's impossible. In our society, good comes from the accomplishment of some desirable end. However, happiness and freedom from suffering are the only things truly desirable as ends. Those actions are right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness, or as they tend to produce unhappiness. As a result, one should choose every action in order to maximize overall happiness. And there you have it, gentlemen. Happiness must be a source of all good. No. No, definitely not. And I actually thought about, like you explained, why you're actually a feminist. It's because you was trying to reach everyone's happiness? Or it actually benefits you to some sort of thing. Good is happiness. This is the core idea behind act utilitarianism. Yeah, he's so amazing. Isn't he amazing, that? No. I guess. It's about 200 years older than you. Tone it down a bit. Well, Socrates, you have heard John's presentation. What's your intended course of action? Well, that. Look, this is the closest things to the nature of morality we are going to get. How do you know that? I've studied him for ages, that's how. He's brilliant. Come on, Dad. If you just acknowledge this, you can get over here. I disagree. Definitely not happiness. Well, Socrates, do you accept Mill's principles? Actually, I believe I'll add the MP. A few questions, if you don't mind. What? By all means, go ahead. It is only healthier for individuals to voice their queries. Trapid thoughts have no use after all. In our society, good comes the conscience of some desirable ends. Let me check the challenge. Mill believes that something can be called good as long as it increases overall happiness. Overall happiness. What if it's killing people is rise overall happiness? No. Good as happiness, it's definitely not. Not! And definitely not! One more time. Happiness and freedom from suffering. Okay, let's question this. What do you mean by that? Out of all the things we can strive for, happiness is the only true end. Everything else only serves to support this end. Most things which mankind values, love, peace, property, are valued because they found some other end. If you follow such value change to their conclusions, they all come to rest and happiness. For example, peace furthers security, which furthers luxury, which furthers happiness, see? But it will go to stagnation. Stability is wrong. It's very wrong. If you hear a politic who's saying, "We not stable now, we are going for stability," don't listen to him. Very well reasoned. No, something wrong with this. First, refine the idea of good by narrowing down the possible desirable ends. This statement is wrong. But let's check. Those actions are right in proportion. They tend to promote happiness, wrong as they tend to produce unhappiness. If your actions make people happy, there must be something positive about them. Likewise, if your actions make people unhappy, there must be some negative quality to them. Simply put, an action is as right as the happiness it creates. Many people would like to watch online porn on Twitch, but it's definitely bad. But happiness for who? For the self or for others? The overall population distribution is no way, no. Happiness distribution. According to Mill, it's irrelevant how happiness is distributed as long as it increases overall. Gosh, it's so stupid. I more agree with previous man rather than him. Right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness. As a result, one should choose every action in order to maximize happiness. What are you doing? I'm examining his reasoning error. But his philosophy makes sense. No! Please don't make this harder than it needs to be. Sorry, Eddie, but I can't take the risk. Good comes from the accomplishment of some desirable ends. Happiness and freedom from suffering are the only things truly desirable as ends. Oh gosh, it would be a hard one. Simply good is created by achieving or obtaining things that people desire. Only this will improve the quality of life. In our society, the things we value have positive effects. For example, we value good parenting because it produces good member of society. It's very doubtful. Good parenting member of society. What if society of cannibalists? There are countless such examples, unless you have some tangible counter-argument. I think this idea stands on its own merits. Pinpointing the origin of good seems like a logical place to be in our search, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I would. Thank you, Ariadna. Your support is greatly appreciated. And about this. Seems pretty self-sufficient to me. Is it? Can narrow down the pursuit of good as far as it can possibly be narrowed, line from the final support for my conclusion. The most moral act is the one that most increases net happiness. In further clarification, I suggest you examine my previous statements. For example, you can raise everyone's salary, everyone will be happy, but at the end it will be bad. What evidence do you have? Okay, in my opinion, it is the natural product of my previous observation. If furthering happiness determines how right your actions are, it concludes that one should take the course that furthers it the most. My good fellow, that is my conclusion. So we checked already everything. Gosh. What statement is wrong? Something can be called good as long as it increases overall happiness. It is irrelevant how happiness is distributed as long as it increases overall. Oh gosh. She thought it's the first statement something. Let's see. I'm sorry, but I'm not quite seeing a point. It would be because there's no point in seeing. Tell this person. Oh gosh. You're losing! You're losing! What about this? Still losing? Oh gosh. What was the first statement? Good is happiness. How can we object this? My opponent only believes that what he does because his face looks like a baboon's backside. Wait a second, maybe your face is ugly? To each one. The result we could choose an action. Let's challenge this. Well, your face is ugly. Oh, that is. Don't listen to a single word he says. My dad doesn't look in a mirror very often. Oh gosh. It was very bad decision. Let's lose this one.
Nonsense!
John Stuart Mill. Yes, Socrates? I understand the reasoning behind your philosopher, but following your reasoning in all situations creates some worrisome implications. Are you serious? Mill's philosophy continues, Socrates. Gladly. The problem here is that happiness is not equivalently exchanged. It can be gained and lost in equal measure. Since your philosophy does not care how happiness is distributed, this leads to some unfortunate scenarios. Oh, really? Do explain. Let's say, for example, that I would gain twice as much happiness from punching Hobbes in the face as he would lose from being punched. Hello, Foxy Shadow. The guy was already pretty miserable after all. I almost lost this round. According to your philosophy, in this situation, punching Hobbes would be entirely moral, as it would increase overall happiness. But as much as Hobbes was a jerk, I can't believe that violence would be the right course of action. Indeed, I think I prefer my debates not devolving into fistfights. But that's just one example. Well then, let me provide another pairing. Let's say there was a monster that would gain far more happiness from eating you than you could ever gain over the course of your life. Would the moral action then be to feed yourself to the monster? Your philosophy would say yes, but that seems preposterous, does it not? That what it doing? That station would never arise. Bringing a match. By the way, I just raised it a little bit ago about cannibalism. Bring an imaginary monster into debate? Is it really how you intend to get home?
Nonsense.
What? Actually, Father raises some good points. But, Ariadne, he who knows only his own side of the case knows little of that. As singers, it's our job not only to challenge the thoughts of others, but to challenge ourselves. Most of the thought experiments Socrates has presented are valid, and both are troubling. Judging every choice as it arises seems, upon reflection, difficult to defend. Are you serious? Please don't let my dad run all over you. Not to worry, Ariadne, the core of my philosophy still stands strong. Allow me a moment, gentlemen, to present an alternate position. Okay, we can make at least two mistakes here. The problem you have described can be addressed through the application of universal rules. I'd say it's rules that promote happiness. Okay, the problem you have described can be addressed through the application of universal rules. These rules should be chosen in order to create the most happiness possible with as little harm as possible. While these rules may not maximize overall happiness, so, alright, they will at least guarantee that net happiness never decreases. Something wrong with this statement. Action can be considered moral when they follow such rules. As you can see, the idea... Wait a second. My question is it possible to use the argument your face is ugly and win? In one of the chapters, maybe never. As you can see, the idea that happiness is a source of morality is still possible. I believe I shall refer to this as utilitarianism. Gosh. An interesting evolution of your ideas indeed. It's like Antonio Batch. Wait a second. Antonio Batch worked once. Yeah, it did indeed. It was once. It was. Foxy, you didn't play every single game, isn't it? I wasn't sure that I remember that we used it once. Let's Google. Oh, of course it will take. As attorney when to use batch maybe. I remember we use it. Not in card? I will play every single Ace Attorney game because I do not remember. And I didn't play, for example... Oh gosh. Okay, sites games about the smiles. In Japanese, his name was different. In the Lost Term about blah blah. Oh gosh, there's very huge actually explanation where this badge was used in every single episode. But which one required to actually continue the case? It'll take a lot of time, so let's not waste it. Maybe this one. No? Not this one as well. I mean, in Ace Attorney there are two parts of that day. Quest investigation and court. Yeah, I do understand. But I thought it was somewhere in the court when we use it. Okay. We'll play it and figure it out. You see that? Mill's philosophy is solid, as I told you. Because I actually studied this stuff. Also, I'm trying to predict the ending of this game. It will be like morality does not exist. It's a makeup sin or something. There couldn't be a really correct answer what this morality is. Whatever happened to me having to decide for myself? Yeah, well, that was before you hopped on the smack wagon. Not at all? So there will be an answer. Socrates, shall we continue? I guess so. Rules that don't happiness. Okay, I'll read about it. And I had a question this thought maybe. Through the application of universal rules. Universal rules. Okay, let's just ask it. Describe it to me a problem of distribution. The fact that act utilitarianism or something does not care where happiness goes. It can be addressed by following general rules, which I will elaborate upon later. Okay, where's those rules? These rules should be chosen in order to create the most happiness possible with as little harm as possible. Interesting then. More interesting that moral does not exist? While these rules may not maximize overall happiness, they will at least guarantee action can be considered more when they follow such rules, and we have happiness distribution. Good is happiness. That sometimes can be called good as long as it increases our. Okay, we already cannot work with this. We disapprove it. Can be considered moral. Let's ask this. I believe this is clear. If you follow the rules, you will be acting morally. Or I disagree. Based on everything I have established here, following the rules will promote happiness most of the time, not at all. Thus, we can assume that those who follow the rules are performing morally. Many people believe this, but it's definitely wrong. Most of the time. Even in the case that the rules create unhappiness, we should follow them? Well, no, theoretically, if in a certain situation, following a rule created enough unhappiness, that rule should be revamped, broken and replaced with a more nuanced rule. How interesting. Rule nuances. If following a rule would create unhappiness, we should replace it with a more nuanced rules. Wait a second, it's happening like this previous chapter. Unlimited amount of rules. Rule nuances. More nuanced rules. Like constantly changing constitution no matter what. What I have described it can be addressed through the application of universal rules. These rules should be chosen in order to create the most happiness possible with a little harm as possible. While these rules may not make sense, they will at least guarantee. It's rather this one or that one. Let's check this one. We still have something, let me check. Do you mean by rules? Are we talking about contracts? No, well, hobbyist theory, and this could result in some of the same guidelines. The rationale behind their existence would be different. There are certain rules which, if always followed, make society a happier place than if they were not. These are the rules which meet the qualifications of rule utilitarianism. As happiness is still the only ultimate end, the only rules that make sense would be the ones that further that end. Thus, it makes sense that the rules which govern our actions should be chosen accordingly. I detail the form that the previous mentioned rules will take. It's an essential step in bringing everything together. Let's challenge this one.
Nonsense!
The game's up, old chap. I know that. Don't you dare throw this way. I dare. Alright, I know you delight this man, but it's time to accept that these ideas are not my way out of here. But the philosophy he just proposed boils down to the same one as before. Hold on, is it? John Stuart, you said that rules should be created along lines which further happiness, is it correct? Of course. And that when the rules fail to further happiness, they should be replaced with more nuanced rules. Yes, indeed. What is the problem? That's very different from his original idea. Is it so? Then answer me this. If you keep making the rules more and more nuanced, where will you end up? That's what I said. It's like previous chapter at all. Totally the same. You would wind up with the idea that we should act in order to promote happiness. What? The fact is, no matter what rules Mill comes up with, they will always be several steps removed from his original idea. And thus, the imperfect promotions of happiness will have to keep replacing the rules to get closer to the original idea until we wind up back where we started. Excellent deduction, Socrates. And it was insightful. No matter how you spin it, rule utilitarianism ultimately boils down to act utilitarianism. And thus, all the problems we originally established are still there. Our happiness is just waiting for a giant monster to come and gobble it up. No. No, no! Gosh. Harry? You are the monster, Dad. The real monster. Don't you see what you're doing? Actually, breaking your thoughts and how it's called? Yeah, dark feelings. It's gonna be your only hope of getting back. Our only hope of getting back. Harry, you're useless, Dad. I waste my life to give you this chance. She's very ignorant, despite she studied it. Philosophy. What did you just say? What do you mean just now, Harry? I put my own life on the line so you could take the challenge. What, are you serious? I thought that if there was a chance, any chance, we should take it. But Mill is one of the best philosophers out there. You cannot know all of them. And you run right over him without a thought. You're going to end up throwing away both our lives for the sake of your stupid style points? Ariadne and Jones? I understand where you're coming from, but your father has not done ill by your sacrifice. Not since my days in Parliament have I been subjected to such a spirited critic. Neil? Listen, both of you. Unquestionably, it is possible to do without happiness. It is done involuntarily by 1920s of mankind. But you don't have to be among them. And Harry, why didn't you discuss this with me? Would you have taken the challenge if I had? That I couldn't just let you die. If I had, the loss of happiness would be too great. But the arbiter told me the challenge was the only way to bring you back. But the reward could only match what was at stake. So What you were thinking, Harry? You should have gone home. You have done the same thing if it were me. Yes, well, and you're my father, and believe it or not, I don't want to lose you. I did this because I honestly thought you deserved the chance, and I've been helping you how I could. But you're not even taking this seriously. How could you say that? You faced philosophers with so many different ideas, so many different outlooks. Any one of them could have been into something, but you've torn all them apart without a thought. You can't remarks, you beaten comments. You don't really care about getting home, you're just showing off. Look, Harry, it's true that maybe I've been getting a little carried away. I've never been good at this stuff, and you've always loved it. I guess I'm just starting to see why. But it doesn't matter, does it? In the end, you still saw the options presented to you, tearing them apart because you're so sure they are wrong. No, Eddie, it's actually the opposite. I feel like I don't know anything, and I can't accept their ideas without understanding them inside and out. Especially now, I know that I am not the only one at stake. I'm not here to prove them wrong, I'm here to see if they are right. I'm sorry. Neil was right. You've really been working hard. It's okay, I understand. Really? Yeah, your dad is a doofus sometimes. You shouldn't have done something like that, but I'll ground you for it when we make it home. And promise me, you'll never take up gambling, okay? You're smart, but you don't have a knack for playing the odds. I guess not. Arbiter. I'm tired of this stupid world. Bring out your best philosopher. Who will be the last one? Wait a second, this arbiter must be Socrates himself. It's high time I provided returns on my daughter's bet. What? What's going on, Foxy? Okay, it's loading another chapter, which takes a little bit long. Paved with good intentions? Socrates? Maybe I should take a pause for 2 minutes. The next one is hard. I'll be right back. I already streaming for how long? 7, 8, 9, 3 hours or something. Yeah. So be right back in 1 2 minutes. Well, there's no music, but what can I do? By the way, Foxy, did you check your recording at the very beginning when you had a muted microphone and next you muted it? It's definitely was not VC. And by the way, uh, ground loop is not visible in OBS or XSplit. Everything will say that you're not producing any sound, but it will be there because the source is in the ground. And it's simply impossible to eliminate it. You can do it by spending your money on better equipment, but how it looks? Anything that I don't know. I don't know how it looks. To check it out, you must check replace every single part of the computer, but it's impossible. I don't know. I don't know. I read a lot about this, so the only way is just to accept it and constantly have some music. By the way, I also have a ground loop on my PC. So if I mute myself and we wait a very long time, like 1 minute, you will be hearing some battling sound appears sometimes. It's very noticeable when I actually attach play not from PC because I'm playing from PC, right? Obvious, but from game console. When I touch it, it will use very huge ground loops that very visible. Because that's why there should not be any silence. Mm, you muted everything. Well, you can check. You can check the recording to hear it. Only at the beginning it was not. Well, when you enable the game, of course, it's gone. You cannot hear it. Other frequencies totally remove it. So you shouldn't worry about this. You're not playing in silence. usually. And it's not a studio recording. Socrates. Socrates. Why it's English, it's Socrates. Yes, Arbiter, I have been pondering your request that I bring forth my best. It seems to me that attempting to assign equality errors to the philosophers in this realm would be demeaning. And yeah, to check it out, you can check it only yourself. We cannot guess. We are not mediums. I did figure it out what is working wrong with me, and the only way that I eliminated it, I removed one USB cable which went to the PC, but it didn't remove it for 100%. It just made things better. 100% is not achievable at all. Like, microphone will always produce some noise. You can buy it even for $1,000 and it still will be noise, but just a little bit more quiet. Self noise of the microphone. It's also not possible to eliminate. And this one is cheap. I have thus determined that when you requested my best, you meant my most challenging. It must be Socrates himself. Especially he said that he was replacing, but there was another arbiter. But I don't see his bird, so. Wait, what? So on that note, allow me to present you Immanuel Kant? Immanuel? Wait a second, I thought that Immanuel is a girl's name. Okay, looks like it's also for both men and women. This is the sound of electronics running in wires. Well, it's usually a ground that you can hear. If you have two different source with the grounds, the only way to eliminate it is remove ground. But if you do this, you actually can accidentally die. Never remove it. Better leave this the problem than trying to fix it. Mic is on OFC. You think that I know what is OFC? I have no idea what is this. Let's Google. OFC is off of course. What? It's even in the Urban Dictionary. Out of course. If mic is on of course, what? I don't know. Well, if you connect your mic to a PC, the only way to check that your microphone doesn't bring anything to a PC is disconnect it and run the stream. Next, connect it and check the difference. I don't know. Even Google doesn't know. Even Google. Saying that it's of course. Oh, if the microphone is on, of course, you forgot comma in this case. There must be a comma after on. Alright. So if it's off and it's connected, it's still working. Guten Tag, Socrates Jones. Why it's Kant? So there's some trouble with Kant. Also, if you think that I know philosophers, I don't know them. I heard Kant before, Socrates before, Confucius, but I'm not familiar with them. God, good luck with this one. I could only ever get thought the first couple pages of his work. Nice music. I hope you enjoyed your stay in philosophical kindergarten. For the conflicting methods you have employed to confuse other philosophers will not work here. Why not? No reason, I simply needed to fulfill the Berg West Side grandstanding. Sending? Check. Okay, then. Kant, if you would please explain your philosophy as clearly as possible. It will be hard to understand? Of course, arbiter. First I must counter the unreasoned thoughts of other philosophers. Any truly moral philosophy must, first and foremost, protect human dignity. As consequently, the least so naturally violates our brightest man, you must work from an intentionalist grounding. Excuse me? I'm really confused. Give me a moment, Herr Jones, and I shall explain. Let's see. Intentionalism. From the word intention. I wonder how it's Russian. There are many things which man covered as good. His words are hard to understand. There's many things which man covered as good. First is good. However, a focus on consequence reduces man to mere means, undermine human dignity. It's still okay. In reality, the only thing that is good without qualification is goodwill. Wait a second, but we know the proverb, good wills, they come to hell. Thus we are moral if our will is defined by the intention of doing the moral things. No, I disagree. And there we go. As you can see, I'm approaching this from different angle than the neophist you about it before, but different angle, but it's totally the same. You think it's good, so you're doing it good. Wait a second, we already heard about it. Intentionalism. I see. So wait, the consequences of action don't matter at all? At the very least, they're irrelevant to moral worth. Because ideally, one's action would also have positive consequences, but it's positive intentions that are essential to be of moral character. By the way, this mouse point, it's like from what was this? StarCraft. Socrates. How ready to continue? Well, no, it's not. I'm wrong. I just recall what was this. Alright, here goes. So far this does not seem too bad. Yes, arbiter. Yeah? Let us begin then. He's German? So our challenge. Your face is ugly. According to Kant, all true moral systems are intention-based. It's wrong. Alright. Let's ask everything. There are many things which man covered as good. Usually the first statement is something that should be asked. However, a focus on consequence reduces man to mere means. Okay, what about this? I mean that getting caught up in various ends, whether they be happiness, a social contract, or piety, causes one to lose sight of what is most important. They turn our beings into mere tools for an arbitrary goal, cogs in a careless and soulless machine. I still don't get it. I believe you have actually discovered this yourself. Take for example John Stuart Mill and his philosophy of utilitarianism, something my arbitrary assigning the status of ultimate end to happiness. This philosophy completely ignores human rights and dignity. I use dictionary a lot with him? Just your vocabulary is much better than mine? Maybe, but I really doubt that it's better. I hope his idea is that good rests in security, and a rational person would question how much we must sacrifice to enforce such an ideal. But I actually started reading books, and actually Kuluk forced me to do this, because we are talking about the game company NHL, I believe? NHK? And he said that he actually read it in Russian, and I decided to read it in English to actually find out how it's related to the real game company. It was like book Welcome to NHK about Hikikomori. And maybe I'll start reading in English non-stop every day for at least 2-3 hours. In addition to visual novels like this. Should promote my vocabulary. Maybe. No, all of these philosophers are looking in the wrong places. They're claiming the contingent and ephemeral as eternal without any justification. Mankind must not be reduced to the means of some other goal. Any philosophy that does so has become mirrored in consequentialism. Right. Definitely it's not relevant, okay. Reality is the only thing that good without qualification is goodwill. Okay, let's ask about goodwill. Goodwill is always good. It cannot be good. There's no situation in which harboring goodwill could be immortal. Like, goodwill can be some little lies that you think will actually not harm person but quite do the different, especially if they reveal that you actually lied to them. So no, I definitely disagree with this. Immoral. Oh gosh. I pronounced it incorrectly. Of course immoral. As a man cannot possibly know the consequences. I constantly pronounce it wrong because I don't know how to pronounce it right. The sweater is good. Yes, because he did from his goodwill. Actually, every single person is doing some from his goodwill. If you're selecting between something, you're selecting which benefits you or your family most, and benefits your family, it's a goodwill, isn't it? Consequences. Consequences. It's only fit to judge the will upon which he acts. I need more games where I actually speak to understand how to pronounce. For example, their names, I don't know. Like an exit corners, I don't know how to pronounce their names. Ether or ether. When this will is good, there can be no doubt that, regardless of effect, his actions were moral in nature. Assessing this will is the only way to keep man as an end and maintain his dignity. So, what you are saying is, when I tell Eri she can't go to a party because I'm concerned for her, my action is noble regardless of her response? That is correct. That. In reality, the only thing that is good. Okay, I got it. Can we check for rounds? Maybe not now. What about this one? As long as we intend to act morally, then we ourselves are moral. This seems pretty straightforward, does it not, Herr Jones? But how do we know whether the intended course of action is moral? By whether or not it adheres to the categorical imperative, of course. Of course. No, wait, hold on. What? These things you just mentioned. Categorical imperatives? Yeah, what are they exactly? Indeed, I don't believe you ever explained those. My apologies. Categorical imperatives are the moral laws we should seek to discover. Listen closely, I shall explain. He just upgraded. Wait a second, it's definitely something new. Categorical imperatives. If we intend to always do the moral things, if we intend to always do moral things, we must develop rules. Again, the stupid rules or maxims to shape our actions. He's just returning to what we heard in the previous chapter. There are certain actions which we must always avoid. Again? Other actions we should take at every opportunity. These ideas form rules that we must follow at all times regardless of emotional consequences. No way, it's wrong. These rules are categorical imperatives. Okay. The confusion people feel about this man's ideas makes sense now. Where should I begin? Can't. I apologize, Herr Jones. I was momentarily distracted by your bird. What? You already have bird? You had it before? Sincerely, how can one stand to have such a blemish upon one's face? Hey, the goatee is one of the few cool things about my dad. Seriously. As you say, it's also because the real philosopher, and you get some basic knowledge about the ideas and who are them. That's right. No sense, Eri. Personally, I always liked the sweeter word. What? But regardless, wait a second, did he just reveal his identity by saying this? I really think he's Socrates himself. Well, regardless of how you all feel about my birth or my sweeter rest, I have questions for you, Kant. Of course, ask away. I have no water, but okay. We'll finish this chapter and go for water. If we intend to always do the moral thing, we must develop rules or maxims to shape our action. What challenge the nationalism? All true moral systems are intention-based. Moral systems, intention-based. Maybe you can get another something if you keep asking. Okay. There are certain actions which you must always avoid. Other action? Okay, which actions? There are certain things that are clearly always wrong when the maxim behind them is examined. Come on, not enough information. It seems like a grand statement. Do you have an example? Lying is an example. To lie is to spread deceit among men. Lying? But wait a second, sometimes lies will entertain me, especially in game. Without lies, it will be simply uninteresting to live. By lying, man annihilates his dignity as a man. Thus, one should never lie, ever. Lying? Can't believe that lying is one of the actions which is categorically immoral. Lying. I disagree, of course. I totally disagree with this. Lies are moral. Other actions we should take at every opportunity. Okay, we should take which actions? Certain actions are clearly always good and should be followed. Come on, which one? Helping a dying man. Helping him to die. By attempting to render such assistance, one respects human dignity, but wait a second, what if we put ourselves into danger by helping him, dying man? No, we should not follow it all the time. There are a huge amount of examples, like natural selection. You haven't signed and dying yourself, you failed. Thus, one should always render their assistance. See that Kant always says, I did the right thing. That you went much a Kant fan. Meditation is always nice, even if it comes in a confusing package. Helping a dying man. Can't believe the act of helping dying man is... it cannot be true. Oh gosh, I wanted to press next. And the last one, these ideas form rules that we must follow at all times, regardless of emotion. Okay, let's check this. The maxims which we can deem to be imperatives must be treated as if they are laws of nature. Even if, in a special situation, the outcome may seem personally painful, we have no choice but to follow them. One cannot simply choose to ignore gravity. What? But what in the future we can ignore gravity, and actually we have several proofs that it's possible to ignore gravity. Stalemate is invalid, especially nowadays. I can. He can. My metaphor still works. It was just a metaphor. Why such a strict line? When we deem some maxim to be moral, we must follow it. For if we do not, then the power of the idea is determined, and no good can come from it. Not sure how can we control ingrained and small forces, but gravity, soon it will be controllable. Okay, so that is form rules that we must follow at all times, regardless of national consequences. What about relevance? To tell the extent to which imperatives should affect our lives. That's the extent of the applicability of the idea. Something wrong with this one. Especially about lying. Didn't ask the first one, okay, let's check the first one. The morality of an action stems from the rules which govern it. In order to properly access our intentions, we must therefore clearly define these rules. It's very much a continuation of my last argument. Our intentions must be defined somehow, and we should root them in the rules that shape what we should and should not do. If we are unable to define such rules, we will be truly lost. In maxim, stress falls in the first syllable. Let's check. Where is this thing? Oh gosh, where's my Google Translate? Gosh. And I must resist. 1 second, raise the sound. Google Translate, here it is. Maxim. He's German. Maxim. It's maxim. Principle. Wait a second, it's principle, just word principle. Why using maxim if you can use word principle? Maxim. Gosh. Just use principle. Okay, let me run. Okay. Because it's Kant. It's German. Alright. Rules. Certain actions that you must always avoid. Actions that you should take at every opportunity, and these ideas form rules that must be followed at all times, regardless of motion and okay. Nonsense! Hold on just a moment. Kant. German Kant. You claim that we should never lie, correct? That telling the truth is a categorical imperative. Indeed, and the prime example of one. Right, and you also claim that we must follow the imperative without fail. Is it correct? Correct, Herr Jones. Well, that's interesting, because using only those two facts, it seems to be we are already in a worrisome place. Huh? I'll admit that, in most situations, lying is not the most moral of choices, but there's no denying that there are some situations where the truth can be deadly, kinda obvious. Situations where lying would be the better thing to do. It's kind of course, it was so obvious. Let's say one was sheltering fugitives from an oppressive regime, even some hiding from the forces which would persecute them. It seems to me that keeping them hiding is clearly the right choice, but you would want us to bluff to every person who shows up at the door. This strikes me as empirically wrong. Okay, interesting. Way to go, that. Nicht schon wieder bitte. Alright. You can swear in German all you want. What? You didn't swear. But I have a point. Earlier, you stated that things which need qualification cannot be the origin of morality. But your prime example of imperative just demanded qualification. Well, what do you have to say to that, Kant? Doesn't the intention of protecting these people also have value? And from your perspective, this law seems far from universal.
Nonsense!
No way, we lost again. Excuse me, I have to go take my morning walk. What? That's all? He just walked off? He does it sometimes, do not worry. Oh, you're back. Indeed, my morning work is completed. Morning walk, check. And speaking about walks, when I'm taking them in the morning, I usually like walking 5 miles, it's around 8 kilometers. Makes me so tired that I cannot do this. If I do this at evening, I cannot stream after this because I am too tired. But walks are necessary. When should I perform them? At night after the stream? What about sleep? Is there even morning in the intelligent realm? No, there isn't. It is unacceptable. But regardless, back on task. Socrates Jones, the counterpoint you gave earlier was false. That one should not lie still stands as universal. Despite your objections, there is no doubt that to lie in that situation would be immoral. Categorical imperatives stand as absolute without qualification. What? He's seriously standing by his position? Is he even allowed to do that? Remember Herr Jones' consequences? What was this? I was already scrolled. It's only our intentions that matters. To become too invested in individual scenario is to undermine the sanctity of thought. Once a maxim fulfills the universality test, it can be accepted as a categorical imperative. I do understand this. At that point, we are obligated to obey it, always. The universality test? Yeah, the method through which we discover. By the way, yeah in English should be pronounced like ha because it's like Spain, but of course it's yeah. Which we discover and verify categorical imperatives. Allow me to elaborate. And ha means just ha, I love. So now it's test. In order to verify the morality of an idea, one must subject it to the test. Okay, we must clarify what is this test. Maybe he'll explain right now. Imagine a world in which everyone follows the maxim behind your action. If a contradiction or irrationality arises, the maxim cannot be moral. And there we go. That's all? It's too short. Explains universality test. Check. Universality. Okay, hold on a moment. What the heck are these things you keep checking off? I've created an agenda. All the tasks which I need to accomplish are presented upon it in sufficient detail. The events of this debate are on your agenda? How is that even possible? Careful planning. Wisdom Socrates Jones is organized life. Is he perfectionist? That's actually bad. And an organized person would be asking me questions right about now. Right? It's getting harder and harder to deal with. I can't present nonsense I don't understand, but I'm sure how much long I can go. We must present something that we do not understand, maybe. I've got to find something quick. Nice music now. In order to verify the morality of an idea, yeah, the only why I love Ace Attorney is the music. And always the music. For some reason, first it was introduced to me when I was playing this. Well, in English it was called Neko Mario, but of course it's not. I forgot what was her original name. And there was also Action 52 in this game. So it all started with the music. After I found this music, I was trying to figure it out. Yeah. So no actions, that's right. And I was trying to find the game which was taken from. First I found this Action 52 and the game was bad and Ace Attorney was good. I seriously want to play it on original... what was this? Game Boy Advance. But I believe it's still untranslated. I believe Oh yeah, there was some pirate things. I believe it was translated to Russian by pirates, but this version is unplayable. Anyway, must be English or not. I will play DS version or PC version. Alright, to refine the morality, one must subject, okay. Imagine the word follows marks, okay. Politicians, rationalities, so just 3 statements, it's not enough. What do I do? It's getting more and more complicated. Yeah, but that's Kant for you. Layer after layer after layer after layer of whatever it is he's learning. Okay, let's question. You must verify that your maxim stands as valid in all situations. We have established that our principles must be unquestionably moral, yes? Well, in order to ensure such is the case, we must create a situation where every potential questions would have to be asked. Thus, universality test is required. This illustrates the nature of the test. Alright, nothing here. Words which everyone follows, okay. Essentially, in every situation where someone is faced with a choice where they could follow your maxim or not, they would follow it. It is the world you will be imagining. Well, it's an instruction. If you don't understand it, I could explain it better. Where's the explanation? It's an essential step of the universality test. It's not enough information, okay. Oh, it's a new one. A contradiction is a situation in which your maxim defeats itself. New statement either. Is one way an idea can fail the universality test. And irrationality is when your maxim would create a world that is worse for wear. Another statement. That is the other way the universality test can be failed. If there is a contradiction, then your idea creates problems with itself, therefore it cannot be moral. If it's irrational, then you clearly shouldn't want it in the first place. There are pretty good reasons for this to be grounds to fail the test, are they not? How's it related to your conclusion? It tells how a maxim can fail the universality test. It would not be much of a test if you could not fail. I don't know. I wouldn't mind taking a test like that. I guess the creator of the game has made a lot of work reading Philosopher works. Maybe it was his degree in university? So you don't need to study it because you already know all this. Like, I can create a game where it's about QA and DevOps, that's for sure. Especially QA, because I achieved everything that was possible to achieve. Like 5 years ago, I got the chief position and that was all. There's really nothing to do. Manual QA is done. Nobody needs it. Especially nowadays when AI can actually cover most of the tests. Okay, contradictions are maxims which are inconsistent with themselves, let's say it. Excuse me. If an idea, after being applied to everyone, creates a situation where people may be willing to behave in opposing ways, then your idea is contradictory. As a result, it probably should not be considered. As people say that it's not possible to cover everything with a test, I'm sorry, it's actually possible. It's just useless. Because everything has a limit, there's nothing unlimited. The only problem is hardware, but hardware problems are not covered by the test. If you're not testing hardware, of course. Could you back this up? Of course, I shall provide a case study. Let's just imagine a world where it was accepted that one should lie for their own gain. Oh gosh. Alright, accepted. And the advantages of lying come entirely from deceiving those who tell the truth. In a world where everyone lies, there are no advantages at all. By the way, just recall a book about the world where nobody lied and one person, main character, was able to lie. It's Harry Harrison at them. It's a very nice book, it's trilogy by the way. Full of forests, lizard forests, by Harry Harrison. I believe many people from Russia read his books, at least Stanley still read. But this world existed and it was very interesting to read. This way, lying for one's gain contains a contradiction. It simply does not make sense when applied as a universal law. Man, this guy really hates lying. That's just one example. Anytime an idea creates inconsistencies with itself, it cannot work. Okay, I believe that brilliance is not needed, but okay, let's check it. This elaborates upon the nature of the contradiction failure. Alright, and the last statement. Irrationalities create a world which is worse for wear. Contradictions, maxims which are inconsistent with themselves. Irrationalities create a world which is worse for wear? This is definitely wrong. Let's check it. Sometimes the world would clearly be worse off if everyone followed a maxim. For example, if everyone stole from one another, our sense of security would deteriorate. Gosh. It would be irrational to will such a world to be. Thus, stealing is categorically immoral. Interesting. Strange. I think this stands pretty solidly. Is it? One cannot will a world which would be worse than this one. Interesting. Interesting because it's definitely wrong. This elaborates upon the nature of the irrationality failure. What do you have for challenge? Helping a dying man. Dying man is among imperatives. Okay, lion. Action. Okay, we cannot use this again. Intentionalist. All true moral systems are intention based. Intention. Look at this. You don't want to live in the world that is worse? I believe many people like dark fantasy and would like to live in the world of dark fantasy, and dark fantasy is for sure worse than this world. 100% sure. But it's so nice. Imagine about this. You're living in the world which is lost and dying, and the only way to just live in it and maybe survive, maybe change something to the better, but you cannot win in it. It's worse than this world, but it's very interesting to explore, for example. Yeah, of course not. Fantasy didn't exist when Kant existed, isn't it? It's still pretty new thing. Well, you can recall the myths, etc., but usually it's not fantasy. Your face is ugly. Okay, true moral systems are intention based. Intention based. Irrationality is great word. Wait a second, we must check everything, but the last statement. It's actually added the two last statements, so you must work with them, that for sure, one of them. If you want to live in that world, then it's better for you, that's worse. But in general, it's worse. He's so sure that you should not lie, and the world with lies will be worst for everyone. But recall this Gelsam, you know? It was a book about the world where everyone lied. Simply everyone. Anti-utopia. Okay, the last two stanzas, 2, 3, 4. Contradictions are maxims which are inconsistent with themselves. Nothing wrong with this. And irrationality is create a world which is worse for wear. Irrationality. Contradictions. And we have helping a dying man, which is definitely not, or intentionalism itself about intention based. Well, we can check against this one, these two last statements. This one, the previous one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I see we must check this one or this one. Let's check this. What is wrong with the argument? Senseless counterpoint. Yeah, it's a waste. Did he just claim you said something senseless? Actually not sure who's making less sense right now. It's definitely wrong. Remember googling can't work a little? It's definitely a lot about line. Okay, the second one.
Nonsense!
Okay, this was right. Immanuel Kant? What is the one thing which, from the very beginning of our discussion, you emphasized about all else? Intentionalism, of course. What you is far more important than what you make. Right, that's what I thought. And that's fascinating, because checking for irrationalities sounds a lot like assessing the consequences to me. What? I didn't get it at all. Alright, let's see the explanation. You claim we cannot will a world that is worse than the one we have now. But the fact is, the very act of assessing how the world would be gives weight to consequences. You'd think that you would throw this out, but instead you have this as a key step in the universality test. Determine whether your maxim is a categorical imperative. It does a fundamental consequentialist procedure. What? Not enough? This is not on my agenda. It's most impractical. I demand you stop at once.
Nonsense!
But surely, you see my point. It's quite ironic, don't you think? But the process which creates the rules for your intentionalist ideals relies so heavily on accessing consequences. You talk about internal contradictions being grounds for failure. Well, here's a grand one for you. The universality test would fail itself. Incredible. Seems to me that either the consequences matter or your method of choosing ideas is incorrect. So which is it, Kant? Which part is wrong? Either way, it seems pretty devastating to your ideas. I must say, I didn't get this explanation at all. This is your thoughts, so disorganized. All there, I need direction, I need... Oh. 9! Have my philosophical constructs through into question, check. You have done an excellent job here. I would be lying if I said you had not given me much to think about. What is strange? What is strange? Perhaps at this decade of silence is in order. Silence and thought. Auf Wiedersehen, Herr Jones. Is it over? Yeah, I think so. I guess that is all we are going to get out of Kant. Maybe it's time to grab some water? It's definitely a lot in another chapter. But I need some music to leave here. Loading. Chapter 6, The End of the Road. So, we must challenge Socrates himself. Well, that was quite a spirited performance, Socrates. At first he said that only intentions are relevant. But then he says that whether our intentions is good, we need to assess consequences of our intentions It's too complicated for me. Too complicated. Well, that was quite a spirit performance. Who would have thought an accountant from New York would turn out to be such a great debater? Thank you, Arbiter. I believe Friedrich Nietzsche has volunteered to discuss his idea with you. What? There will be Nietzsche? A prominent, if sometimes paradoxical, thinker is often quoted by the Einsteins of your era. Give me a moment and I will retrieve him. Of course. You okay, Harry? I don't know how you're still doing this, Dad. I mean, look at me, I'm getting tired and I'm just helping out. No, Harry, I was personally hoping Kant's answer would hold up. At this point, I kind of think that the nature of morality is impossible to find. So you're saying, Foxy, that it's possible to find? Because I believe it's not. What? What did you say? Oh, I said, I kind of think that the nature of morality is impossible to find. Interesting. Door disappeared? Unfortunately, while interesting, the description of the nature of morality is also incorrect? So we are trying to actually figure out what he thinks about morality. I'm very sorry, but the rules state he only has one chance, and I'm afraid that was it. What? What the hell? That is completely bogus. My dad wasn't trying to provide an answer just then, he was just thinking to himself. Tell him then, tell him you didn't intend to make a statement about morality. So, see, he has the idea about this, but what if he wrong, this arbiter, and I'm right? It's unreachable. That, and we must prove it right now. Harry, he's right. What? What I said was in fact a statement about the nature of morality. I can't deny that. We must prove it. I'm glad you are talking this reasonably, Socrates. Again, the deepest of apologies. I hope you will be able to make yourself comfortable here. Wait, Arbiter, before you leave, can I ask you one thing? I suppose. Why? Excuse me. Why am I wrong? Come now. Your stance is full of holes, Socrates. Of that much there is no doubt. So you said, but why? If I'm going to be here forever, I'd like to at least understand why I'm wrong. Very well, Socrates, that is only fair. Allow me to spell it out for you. Alright, looks like we will prove that morality does not exist. Morality exists. See, I said that it does not exist. You have presented your philosophical views. Okay, I think we don't need water, let's finish it. Maybe I will lose this time. Your premise is foolish, as morality has a tangible impact. The world is clearly bettered when individuals strive to be better. There's so many statements. I see little reason to doubt the existence of some form of morality in our world. And there we go, Socrates. As you see, your answer is flowing to the core. I didn't get it, we must read it again. I see. Well, if you don't mind, Arbiter, I'd like to ask you a few questions. What? Dad, you really intend to challenge the Arbiter? Yes, I do. Well, listen, I don't know if you forgot this, but he's Arbiter. Well, we know that he actually became one recently. Well, if you take all the time of the universe. Eddie, you once told me never to let an argument go unexamined, didn't you? Frankly, you both know that I know little about philosophy. For all my bombast, it's only because of that piece of advice that we are lasted as long as we have. But Dad, You encountered many arguments that look solid on the surface, but each and every one of them had a flaw. If you don't look closely at this one, how can we know it's not the same? Really, I need to water. Examine everything. There's too much on the line for us to forget that now, no matter how scary our opponent looks. Alright, Dad. I trust you. Okay, we'll finish at least one argument after this. I will go grab it. Well, this is unexpected, Socrates. I confess, you have piqued my interest. I suppose, given all you have done, some questions are warranted. Ask away, but do not feel too much when you come up short. Okay, let's see what he actually stated. You have presented your philosophical views. Your premise is foolish, as morality has a tangible impact. The world is clearly bettered when individuals strive to be better. I see little reason to doubt the existence of some. He actually didn't provide us answer what the morality is. Just trying to say that it exists. They're doing that. So you said you would find something wrong with his argument. And wait a second, look at this! How low we are! Why it's so low? Did I actually have very few problems with his argument? And that's what makes me feel like something is off here. Why it's so low? So one single wrong statement? There's no actually challenge. Your face is ugly. Okay, we must question. What views were those? Come on, Socrates, do you really need me to outline your own opinions? I just can't help but feel everything would be clearer if you did. Very well. Did it right? Then, if you insist, statement added. You claim that morality does not exist. You can't say whether his face is ugly because of his mask. If he's hiding his face, this means that his face is ugly. What? Debate about this. Can you clarify this point? I have already done so. You have stated you believe that morality does not exist. Socrates, be reasonable. Did you not say these words yourself? Alright, Albert, I admit you have raised strong objections to the idea that morality does not exist. Thank you, Socrates. As governor of this realm, it would be tragic if I had not. Do you see now why such an answer is insufficient? Of course, there's just one problem. That wasn't my answer. What? We are winning right now? At the very first statement, I can't believe this. What you're arguing against is 2 steps removed from what I actually said. You have discredited the non-existence of morality, but I claimed that the answer to morality might not be findable. Well then, those are essentially the same thing. No, they are not. I think we can all agree morality exists in some form, for all the reasons you have described. Even if it were different for each person, as Protagoras would argue, there's no doubt that we can develop some sort of guidelines for how we should behave. But that does not mean that what we seek, a perfect definition for morality, exists as well. Morality could very well be more abstract, like faith or happiness. Happiness is not abstract. Happiness is chemistry. I mean, it's hormones. Just because it exists does not mean there is an answer everyone will agree on. As I said before, humans are just creatures with broken instincts, and instincts just chemistry inside you. Therefore, I can claim a perfect answer does not exist without throwing morality itself out of the window. An answer demands morality, but morality does not demand an answer. I can't believe this! We may just survive this after all. So as you can see, Arbiter, the argument you have built is a very effective counter. But it's a counter to something I did not claim. I see. Oh, now it's in the middle. I apologize for misunderstanding your initial point, Socrates. I guess it's always important to make sure the person you're debating, doesn't matter, understands you clearly. So that positions make sense now, right? Does it mean you can accept his answer? I'm afraid not. His position still has a number of critical flaws. Allow me to explain. So you tried to tell me, Foxy, that worlds exists just unreachable, and I still will state that it does not exist. But these games will not allow it to use it. Worlds a make-up created by humans. It didn't exist before them. If it didn't exist before them, so it doesn't exist at all. Allow me to explain. Let's see his presentation. The answer will be found. Okay, cannot be found. Socrates, you claim that flawless answer cannot be found. Wait a second, if you prove that it cannot be found at all, in the infinity amount of time, this kind of proves that it doesn't exist. You cannot use English to find it. You know, if the answer exists, it must be expressed in like 10 words. And you actually can generate, by using English dictionary, every single sentence based on 3 words. You cannot create the book, of course, but you can generate sentences. So one of these sentences will be the truth. But why should be truth? Anyway, however, I do not see how this can be possible when the infinitive potential answers. Answers are finitive. It's limited by the language. Already here, you have seen arguments of many branches and formulations. With a possibility so incomprehensible vast, surely one must stand as infallible. With this being the case, it's only a matter of time before we find the answer. Nope. As you can see, Socrates, as long as the possibilities are infinite, the answer is findable. Say not infinite. Interesting argument based around a mathematical concept, I see. Well, you forgot one thing, arbiter. I'm an accountant. I deal with faulty numbers all the time. Oh, Dad, I just got shares, so you already know what the problem here is. Well, no. But I couldn't pass up by the one chance to make being an accountant sound good. Remember when I said I trusted you just 5 minutes ago? Don't make me rethink that. Hey! Being stuck here forever would be bad enough without having made total fools of ourselves. Socrates, do you intend to actually ask me questions? Understand if you do not, you have placed yourself in an unfortunate position. It may be easier to just admit to your error. As if, okay, arbiter, let's rumble. Your face is ugly. Look at this. Now can tell it. You claim that a flawless answer cannot be found. Okay, I do understand why it wasn't here, because we cannot lose the first round. Cannot be found. However, I do not see how this can be possible with the infinite potential answers. Already here you have seen arguments of many branches and formulations, with possibility to incomprehensibly, vast, surely one must stand as fallible. With this being the case, statement number 5, it's only a matter of time before we find the answer. Looks like this really is the end of the all. Don't say that. There's got to be a problem here, Harry, somewhere. But his reasoning seems very solid that if the realm of possibility is infinite, which is not, the right answer got to be in there somewhere, right? It does seem to be what he believes. can actually create infinite amount of different sound of songs and music, but definitely not sentences. Let's ask. We need another appointment. Can you clarify? I believe you did not. You did that not 5 minutes ago, Socrates. Was that not the core of our previous discussion? No. Socrates, this time I believe it's safe to say this in an accurate representation of your thoughts, yes? Yes. Then truly, Socrates, backing it up is your responsibility. Flawless. It established clearly what I'm arguing against. Okay, obviously not the first one. I do not see this can be possible when there's infinity potential answers. I'm saying that the numbers of possible solutions that philosophers may think of is not in any way limited. The infinity of possible ideas and infinity of variations of those ideas. So essentially, no matter how many answers we discredit, there will always be another one on the table. Just thinking about that makes me tired. By the way, all the previous chapter ideas were mostly the same, just with different words. Happiness rules, Maximus. Just trying to express the same thing with different words. Can you support that statement? There can be little doubt that the potential answers are infinite, Socrates. I will provide evidence for this in my next statement. But let's check this. Cleanly sets up my counterargument. You have seen arguments of many branches. Okay, let's ask this. Over the course of your time here, you have met philosophers with many different ideas. The ideas were not variations of one another, often they would be entirely different beasts. So the infinity possible answers because there are infinity possible branches. Each branch of thinking comes from the belief that something is the source of morality, and there are infinite things in the world that could be that source. When we combine or modify these ideas, it is difficult to imagine that we would ever reach an end. True enough. I don't believe much support is needed. It's literally realism or something. It's very different beast from social contract theory, which is in turn different from the categorical imperatives. Philosophy is a world with many paths of thought, so many paths that many of them hardly seem related. Clearly, there's an incredible diversity here. You know what is the real truth in happiness? When there's only one single person stay, there will be no words that reason it. I don't know about happiness. How is this related to your conclusion? It reinforces the idea that the set of possible answers is incredibly diverse. And with such breadth, it seems difficult to claim that the answer could not be one of them. Okay, with visibility so complete was, surely one must stand as valuable. What I'm trying to say here is simple. If we were able to look at every single pattern of thought, there's little doubt that the answer would be one of them. What do you mean? Well, what makes you so sure one of them is perfect? Socrates, is the answer not in the infinite itself? Arbiter. Yes, Socrates? The argument you're making here is quite simple on the surface. I can see why, with so many possible answers, you might believe one of them has to be true. Might believe? Correct. For while I understand where you're coming from, I'm afraid infinity doesn't work quite the way you think it does. I don't understand anything of that. What do you mean? Okay, time for math lesson. we are winning. To put it plainly, infinite is not the same as all-encompassing. They may sound similar, but the two are actually entirely different. The infinity are real numbers between 0 and 1, but none of them are 2. Likewise, there may be infinity potential ways to try to define morality, but that does not guarantee that one of them is perfect. Well, come now, Socrates. And if I can't prove the answer is out there, probability is sure on my side. Philosophical thought is so diverse, the amount of ground which is covered is truly incredible. With this being the case, surely it seems more likely than not the answer exists, yes? Does it? Over the course of my time here, every philosopher I have encountered has claimed to have the answer to your question. However, close examination reveals that, diverse as they were, all of them had flaws. It would be kinda stupid to get our way out by finding what morality is, because you actually expect we will spend infinite amount of time to get the answer. It will be not possible, so definitely you must somehow prove that it's unreachable. If it's unreachable, why should it exist? Come to think of it, that's true. Faced with a parade of great thinkers, all failing to accomplish the same task you have assigned me, my position only seems stronger. There's no evidence that the set of possible answers contains perfection. In fact, it seems extremely unlikely. The fact is, the existence of infinity possibility does not guarantee a single possibility is among them. Any claim that it does is simply and objectively false. Now I guess I can understand the mistake. We are the rule or the realm of ideas and not the realm of facts, after all. But as an accountant, I could never stand for such an assumption.
Nonsense.
Nonsense. Finally I heard his voice. Socrates, let us set aside the witticisms and return to the basics for a moment. You have posited here that there may, in fact, be no probable answer to the question of morality. Yes. You claim, in fact, that there is no evidence to support there being such an answer. Why are you asking so many questions? My dad just said all these things. Relax, area, yes, arbiter, and the existence of infinity answers cannot itself be considered proof. Fact. Fact? Let's see. There's so many words that sounds like fuck. Okay. Equifax, for example. Fax. Equifax. But it's very famous. What is this? Okay, let it be just combined because it's not fucking.
Facts.
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 It's facts. Anyway, it's irrelevant. Okay, proof. I see. Well, Socrates, there are all interesting points, but I believe there's one important detail you have forgotten. The answer has been found before. What are you trying to tell me? So now we have the fact. Socrates found the answer. You, Socrates himself. You claim that there's no answer to be found, but history stands against you. The great thinker, Socrates, completed the task and was granted his wish. But he didn't exit it. I don't know. I was thinking it from the very beginning. Especially when they say that Socrates is not here, just left. So he might be, and he said that he is recently an arbiter. Not from the very beginning. There's no clue for this? The clue is the plot. At the very beginning, they also told us that when you eliminate every single possibility, the only last one will be true. According to the same journal, all the people were introduced from the very beginning. So what we saw in the very beginning will actually be concluded at the end. So if there was Socrates and he is not here and everyone misplaced it with him, so this is Socrates himself. Well, of course, author can do anything, but according to Detective John, he's Socrates himself. There's nobody left except Nietzsche. He was trying to call Nietzsche, but he was trying to call, so it exists. His answer had to be approved for this to occur. And you say there's no clue. It was a clue. There were 2 clues, not just 1, 2 of them. No, even 3. Character name, Socrates that left, and arbiter that is very new here. 3 clues. There's an answer, and it's possible to find. And he knows the answer as well. He is new arbiter. He cannot know the answer except he's himself Socrates. Number 4. There are a lot of philosophers, but he's not a philosopher anymore. He's arbiter. There's 4 clues, not just 2 or 3. 4 clues. There was a real crowd, so what? There are a lot of philosophers. Yeah, yes, I know. So wait a second, what are you trying to say about this? Socrates not among them. Doesn't matter how many philosophers are there. So you see, Socrates, the answer to morality is clearly findable. If it were not, the great thinker would not have been able to find it. That? Yeah, there's a lot of... Wait a second, it's not related to the Socrates. That he stopped actually calling them that? He may have me actually. I had forgotten about the first Socrates exploits. He found the answer. Can't really agree with that. Then this really is the end? Now you understand why I cannot accept your answer. You agree that continue this debate would be foolish, yes? Is it? Do I have to consent? Gosh. Even so, we came so far, Harry. I'm sorry.
Nonsense!
Nonsense! Protagoras! Worry not, old friend, there's still hope yet. Not just Protagoras. What are you all doing here? We have come to back you up, old chap. But why? And by the way, if previous arbiter accepted the answer, he knew the answer before that, how could he know? There's so many questions, there's definitely no answer. He's lying. Why? Ingratitude is the essence of violence, or it was accepted by the previous arbiter, and how can we prove that he is right? The previous one. There's no proof for this. Just 2 people who agreed that this definition of morality is right. Now, we convince this one. I gained much from our discussion. Now it's time to return the favor. There's so many ways to actually win this. You're in trouble, and the imperatives dictates that I assist. Half and Dying Man added to the idea. Why? Wait a second, there will be so many statements. And we simply lose because I will be trying to use all of them. There's no happiness to be gained from watching a friend struggle. I can be most useful here, assisting you from the sidelines. What is happening? Gosh, hate this. We formed the contract to find the answer, and I must follow it to the end. Or we should use every single one of them. And you? But child, you are still a blasphemer. Rest assured that God will smite you one day. But until then, I suppose I could lend you a hand. Being a man, we are all incredibly flawed. Our only hope lies in helping each other. This is so sweet. Thank you, all of you. Alright, Arbiter, I'm not going to give up just yet. St- Gosh, let me pronounce this. Google Translate. Deteriorating.
Deteriorating.
Deteriorating. Gosh. Just say it. It's worse. Wonderful. Why did I have a... Okay, doesn't matter. I know how to pronounce it, but I don't know how to translate it. It's a regression? Into badness? It's regress to madness. There's so many synonyms that you can use except this very weird word. Especially like in Final Fantasy XIV, they using just synonym. And it's very complicated to read everything because it sounds like high fantasy. But everything's so simple. You know synonym. But very well, I shall entertain you a little longer. First of all, let me check the... Gosh. Help and dying man, God is evidence, people work together, mankind is flawed. The act of helping a dying man is a month. Okay, wait a second, we can use it. He must help me, a dying man. See? Easy. Good is happiness. Good or all happiness. People work together. Also maybe, but this I liked more. Mankind is flawed. If Arbiter is main himself, he's flawed. Anyway, you claim that there's no answer to be found, but history stands against you. The great singer Socrates completed the task and was granted his wish. True. His answer had to be approved for this to occur. We can also use this, like the man is not flawed. Number 4. There's an answer. It's possible to find. Only 4. Socrates? Yes, Mill? I think I see what is wrong here. We'll have to dig back for this one. Way back. Well, that's about as much of a hint as he can possibly give. So there's 4 statements. 1, 2, 3, 4. My question is, I mean that there is clearly an answer and it's possible to find. Not sure how I could be more straightforward than that. Even I thought that was a well-organized thought. Can you back that up? I believe I just did. As Socrates found the answer must be findable. There's actually 2 statements that I can try. But maybe, no, there's anything that can be added except he can rephrase one of them. Doesn't get much straightforward than that. It's my conclusion, Socrates Jones. I don't think it's possible to add anything to here, so he must rephrase something. So that's an answer. So it's rather mankind is flawed, or helping a dying man. Should I question everything first? What do I mean by this? I mean an event from the past directly counters your claim. I mentioned this to you earlier, do you not remember? Patience, Socrates, I'm about to elaborate. Many centuries ago, Socrates came to the current arbiter. See, current, not this one. Claiming he found the answer to morality, so he was replaced, there's the clue. This was the last anyone ever saw him, another clue. He's just repeating what we knew already. Socrates' absence from this plane is quite conspicuous. Indeed, we have all missed the great thinker. You saw the theory you created just by sharing his name. I don't need much evidence to show that it was granted an exit. Do I want to laugh? No. It's not him, it's not Socrates. Okay. Well, it's not Zero escape. When Zero is always in front of you, all the time. So what is it? Tell me. It's not related to the plot? Oh, wait a second. This man is actually was selling deer repellent. It's also possible, but it will be so stupid. I even knew about the Saturn game series existence. That's right, you playing it? Who approved it? It's so stupid. Had to be approved for this to occur. So they already found it? So stupid. It's quite simple. If his answer had not been determined to be correct, none of this could have happened. No. I think not. The story has been told countless times, Socrates. Indeed, it's legend in Israel. Scripture, even. So you all know it? Okay, get it, Greaser. Oh, come on. Help me. Sorry, Socrates, but I failed to see. I'm wrong. What about this? Gosh, I'm simply losing it. Oh, you said that you played this before you even knew about the Ace Attorney. That's constantly a problem because I actually placed a comma because previously in your statement you forgot to add comma. That's why. Now I see. How did you play it before the Ace Attorney? Kinda strange. Which year it was released? 2013. And when actually Ace Attorney was released? Wait a second. Ace game FAQs. Because first it was in English, it was first released on DS 2010. No? Come on. Release data. No. I think I'm wasting my time, but anyway. Alright, so it was translated. I think we must keep asking, because I'm doing mistakes. How's it related to your conclusion? That is the flaw with your claim and how I shall counter it. Shows that what you're claiming to be impossible is clearly possible, as it has happened in the past. The Ace Attorney series and played it in the end of 2014. 2013. And I actually don't remember which I played first. When the Zero Escape 2 was released. Yes. Maybe you played Ace Attorney before me? Oh, come on. No results found. Are you kidding me? It was released in 2012. No, I played it most before you. I played the Virtual Rust Reward in 2012. So it was 9 years ago. And Ace Attorney almost right after this, maybe 2013, maybe the same age. Because when I played it, I decided to play DS and played the first game, and after this I played Ace Attorney as well. I think that was it. I'm not quite sure. Alright. Let's play Story 2016. Definitely I played before you, that's for sure. Socrates. The approval is, in fact, the evidence supporting that great thinker actually found the answer. After all, it's difficult to believe these things are true, no? Without judgment of the previous arbiter verifying that his answer was indeed correct, I suppose many would have trouble believing it. Interesting. Was it just in quest? You should take note of this, my friend. I was trying to... So, first of all, we must check everything, because there's new statement. Okay. The arbiter approval makes the validity of the answer undoubtable. Here I must use mankind is flawed.
Nonsense!
Right. It was stupid for me. We must check everything. Oh gosh. We must check everything before doing this. What now, Socrates? You claim that we can be sure that Socrates found the answer. Correct. And we can know this for sure because your predecessor verified it's valid. That it's valid. Indeed. That's what I thought. Well, in order to demonstrate what is wrong with your argument, I'm going to cite one of my colleagues here. The unpronounced name. Yes, my child? Do you remember your statements on the wisdom of man? Of course. Human beings are fallible and vain. They make mistakes. Yes, that's quite enough preaching. Thank you. Now, arbiter, let me make this clear for you. This may have been wrong about where morality comes from, but he was right about this. Human beings are far from perfect. We can never forget this. Geftifron. Well, when I was trying Google Translate, it's actually pronounced it, but I was not able to repeat it. And as flawed beings, the answers we formulate will be similar flawed. As a result, I find it hard to believe that Socrates really did find the answer. What? Nani? The fact is, as imperfect beings, we must always remember that we are flawed. The moment we go far enough as to claim that our answer is perfect, we close our minds. Yeah, that's true. I know from experience. I too have fallen into this trap. Indeed, even the best of us can succumb. For this reason, we must never assume we have the answer. But Socrates, the first arbiter, the first, your second one, are both human or human-like entities at the very least. Regardless, how do we know that their judgment, the answer was not in error? Yeah, even Socrates didn't know who his arbiter is. It could be a human, not a god. You have admitted to your fair share of mistakes today. There's no reason the previous arbiter couldn't have made some as well. You can't base the credibility of your entire argument upon an appeal to authority. Very well put, Socrates. Indeed, even I am convinced you could have been wrong all these years ago. Right. Arbiter, if a false conclusion was presented convincingly enough, even your predecessor could have made such a mistake. It's leading to the discovery of an answer. Maybe it's actually related to the statement that humans should help each other. and he actually helped. And we must use it. We must use it. I think we must use it. That was actually impossible to find. It's possible that a perfect answer is still outside of our reach. So as you can see, you haven't ruined anything.
Nonsense.
Oh gosh. Alright, Socrates. You have a point. I admit that. Even with the breaking of the original arbiter, I cannot prove that an answer exists. However, before you go and celebrate, I wish to point out that you cannot reasonably prove that it does not. I found a serious flaw in my playthrough of Catherine Classic? You played it in a very hard way? Why? In a very hard way? How's it possible? You found some better solutions? Undo feature. Well, I must say I didn't play it myself. I only saw streams, and I don't know that there's undo feature as well, and I didn't see it on other streams, so maybe nobody aware about it. Now I know, and I will play it someday. With us at such a pace, I don't really like when there's timer on games, and this game is timers, so to play it for me it will be hard. With such an impress, it all boils down to a matter of potential consequences. Let us assume, for just a moment, that what you have postulated here. Gosh, I need to grab some water. But when the music started, let us say for a moment that morality cannot be found. Morality. I cannot believe you truly understand the consequences of what you are suggesting. Let me show you why what you claim cannot possibly be right. So you found the answer, tell me. Okay, without reading it. Very quick, go and grab some water. Very quick. My actually neighbors just started some party, but I cannot hear them right here. What? It's very soundable outside this room. Okay, no point in trying. Socrates, you have just argued that we can never be sure of our answers. Yeah, there's even category for this game because this game exists in game FAQs before they decided to actually note anything that was actually published. Well, Exit Corners also had a category on Twitch, so somebody added it. But now, unpublished games, I think they will never add it. Who knows? But categories is even in Wiki. I found the page about it. I was trying to find the poster for this game. Okay, you have just argued that we can never be sure of our answers. If that is the case, then there's no point to what we do here. You might as well all give up and become accountants. There's no way we can accept a theory with such horrible consequences. So good, release us, make us accountants, and that is my position on the matter. Uh, how could you say such a thing, arbiter? You have just devalued everything we do here. There's no happiness to be gained from that. I'm merely showing that there is some implication of Socrates' John's argument. You take issue with them. You should take it up with him. Wait a minute, I knew it! I knew you were up to no good, my child. Trying to lower us all to your level, make us into accountants. It's not happiness, of course. Shut up, who was this Eptiphon? The arbiter is clearly a strong man in debt, distorting his argument in order to make it sound weaker. That doesn't actually want everyone to become accountants, right? Of course not. Okay, send the gods. Animation was super. It's very sad that I cannot go back and check it. You must be getting desperate to resort to such tricks. I want to know the answer that Socrates found, but where is it? You mean that what you said here were true? The fact that a conclusion is uncomfortable does not mean it should be ignorant.
Nonsense.
It does, however, mean that we should be wary of accepting it. I must confess, also, I would find it hard to believe anything that created such an outcome. As would I. It would be foolish to jump into waters so brimming with sharks. Tempting. There's no back future here. To read it. Well then, I suppose I will just have to show that there are no sharks, won't I? That is the consequences of my arguments are not nearly so disastrous. Very well, Socrates, but first, let me issue an ultimatum. What? One wrong answer and we doomed? This is your last chance. My last what? You gave your answer, the game is already over. It is only so my mercy that it continues. Wait a second, there will be only one chance to prove it? Oh gosh, I hate this. And your damaging claims are beginning to bear my mercy thin. If you cannot show why this conclusion isn't disastrous, I'll refuse to accept it as you once refused hobbies. I find it impossible to believe that the answer would be one that made the search itself meaningless. So again, this is your last chance. Alright, Arbiter, one last chance is all I need. I'll show you once and for all why my viewpoint can stand! Socrates, you have just argued that we can never be sure of our answers. What do you mean? I mean that you just said we should never assume we have found a perfect solution. Maybe it's a little bit too light. Is that not correct? No, I guess it is. Alright. What did he just ask? Mr. Jones just asked his opponent to back up his own conclusions. Again? Afraid so. Hey guys, remember that one time when I pressed my own statement for backing, it was the right thing to do. Cut me some slack. Socrates, you have just argued that we can never... I'm repeating your argument before I show its implications. And what do you have? Helping mankind we already used, people work together, good is happiness. That something can be called good as long as it increases overall happiness. Oh gosh. I don't know, this music is a little bit loud, but okay. I mean that we, as philosophers, serve no purpose if your ridiculous conclusion is allowed to stand. I believe that thought is pretty clear, clear enough for me to wonder if you are wasting my time. Have all the time in the world. Can you back that up? Yes, please do. The logic that supports this idea is fairly intuitive, but I shall spell it out. If your conclusion stands, then our efforts to define morality have always been reaching for an impossible goal. Reaching for something that is forever out of our grasp. New statement like that. Good. And if that goal is impossible, all our effort towards it is clearly a waste. If your roads don't lead anywhere, what is the point of building them? A new statement? With these 2 points laid there, there can be little doubt that our efforts are useless. With that said, so I don't think we should forget these points. Nice, we have more tries. I'd like to look at them a little more closely. Let's see. Let's use this. It details the central problem your reasoning creates. Alright, it's definitely no. We are striving in vain towards something which cannot be accomplished. Yes. As philosophers, it's our duty to seek the answers to questions such as the nature of morality. By the way, who is paying philosophers? Who is? Why are they having some money to live and so on? But if your conclusion was accepted as true, no matter how hard we work, those questions will never be answered. Well, actually trying is actually increasing happiness. No? Make society better? Can you... Okay. It's supported by your stated outlook. You claim it's impossible to obtain a solution, or to be certain of it, at the very least. If this is the case, all efforts to do so are misguided. They're not misguided. You should keep reaching them and making society better. If your last conclusion was true, then this is the situation in which all philosophers have found themselves. Establishing it helps detect our futility. And if we cannot achieve our goal, there's no reason to try. Socrates, the beauty of every moral philosopher is to create a perfect definition of morality. It's what we all work so hard for, and if we can't find a perfect answer, our efforts are in vain. I believe that all of this has been made clear before. Statement updated. But not as clear as it was made now. Of course, nothing unless we are able to obtain perfection. Simply that if we cannot find the absolute answer, then nothing we find will ever stand up to thorough examination. All flawed assumptions will eventually be discarded. You might as well recognize their worthlessness now. Definitely should work against this. Must I really? It strikes me as fairly obvious. A perfect answer is the only answer worth pursuing. Perfection is indeed desirable, but yeah, it's elusive. It spells out the goal of philosophers clearly, in order to show how your conclusions directly harms it. Perfection, perfection. Let's check that we have this. Is the perfection the last one, or there was another statement? Might as well give up and become accountants. It's definitely stupid. What the heck are you implying? I see no reason to get upset, Socrates. I merely mean that if we cannot succeed as philosophers, we might as well do something else. Right. Can you back up this ridiculous insulting statement? I have established that it does not make sense for us to pursue something other than perfection. Therefore, if we cannot achieve our goal, we might as well give up and assume a lower profession, of which accounting is one. What? It's lower profession? Not even the arbiter can resist making a dig at my profession. Is it really such an easy target? It defines the role. What role you would all have to take in this brand new world you imagined. How frightful. Now stop, all of you. Arbiter, this adds nothing substantial to your grievance, arguments, gosh, and you know it. Very well, Socrates, I suppose I may have gotten carried away. Statement remove it! Wait a second, we did check it. No, we did not. There's no way we can accept a theory such as horrible consequences. I mean that I cannot accept your argument given the consequences. Accepting your conclusion would have this drastic negative consequences to our world here, as I have outlined. I believe this is more than enough reason to reject your conclusion. But technically you could accept, right? Yes, I suppose I could, technically. Then accept it! No! Just because I could doesn't mean I should. We are looking for the nature of morality. And your answer is immoral in itself. I'm clearly defining why what I have laid out here is a reason to reject your conclusion. Is this the last statement? Oh gods, give me the strength to assist this in right. I was so close, I can feel it. I'm going to have to use everything I know to get past this. Just a little more. I can't let Ari down. Not now. Okay, this. He actually updated this one. Our efforts was nothing unless we are able to obtain perfection. So, as I understand, if we keep doing this, we'll achieve happiness. Let's try. Food together, no, mankind is flawed, no, helping dying man, maybe? Your face is ugly. Let's try this.
Nonsense!
Arbiter. I think I finally figured out what's wrong with your entire position. What is it? I spent more on the last counter-argument about good is happiness? But you think of the right answer already? No, you read the games so perfectly without even playing them. Well, kinda obvious that we must work against this statement because it was the last one which was extended, next updated. Next, what we need to use? And he is Socrates as well? I don't know. I simply checked the clues that we have. You said that there was none, but I just show you that we had 4 of them. If it's really Socrates, let's see. Have you now? Remember, you will not get another chance. So wait a second, if I wrong, that's all? Despite that we have a very... I don't know what's this indicator. I know, and I don't need one. This arbiter is the end. Very well, Socrates. Tell me then, what is wrong with my position? It's quite simple, really. A classic fallacy. You're assuming here that a solution must be perfect to have value, but this is not the case. In fact, such an assumption strikes me as fundamentally wrong. By the way, Foxy Shadow, did you read Agatha Christie any novel? Well, at least one. Was you able to figure it out who was the criminal, culprit? You did not? Must say it's very hard, especially when she's breaking the rules. There's actually rules for every detective novel, and it was created by a group of detectives. Who's writing detectives? Agatha Christie as well approved it, And it actually stated that from the very beginning, the person, the criminal, the culprit, must be revealed from the very beginning. There should not be line. He should not be Chinese or something. But anyway, it says that it must be revealed in the very like first 10 pages or something, and it's always working. But Agatha Christie sometimes cheating, setting it at the very ending, in the second half of the book. Even she even wrote about the Poirot one book when he was going to the theater. There was some criminal novel that they actually put on stage, and he was not able to figure out who was this culprit because he was revealed only in the second half at the very end. And this was actually a Mousetrap, her novel, had the same actual outcome. But if you read enough and finally was able to figure it out from the very beginning who it was, well, you might be able to figure it out that this is Socrates if it is indeed. It is. Mystery of King's Abbot? Let's see, what is it about? Who's the main character? Anyway, the rules. The rules. They're working for everything, even this game. Mystery of Kings? Kings? Abbot? Let's see. 1980? It's kinda new one. There's no picture of this book. What? Wait a second. I opened it. This book is actually a Russian edition. Wait a second. Its English edition was different? Had different name? It might be possible. It's Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Looks like Mystery of King's Abbot. It's very bad translation of the book. It's Roger Ackroyd. If I understand it right. So it's Poirot. That somebody who don't know how to pronounce will pronounce like Poirot, and it was also actually mentioned in one of the books. Her books. Okay, in fact, such an acceptation strikes me as fundamentally wrong. Huh? Huh? What's going on? Can't? It's not. Agreeing with this? I just released that over half of us have facial hair. Ooh! I'm not sure how to cope with my distress. Right away. Anyway. Perfection is, as a general rule, an attractive prospect in every field, but things do not have to be perfect to add value to the world. Let us look at art. Even works as great as the statue of David of the Mona Lisa are not without their flaw. Great statue of David, yeah. But despite their flaws, can there be any doubt that the world is a brighter place because these works exist? Oh, then it's as Mills would say. They're still good. They're still good because they encourage happiness. Exactly. Whether or not Mills idea dominate, encouraging overall happiness is certainly one way an imperfect work can contribute. But under your logic, none of these works would have meaning. That's the real disastrous conclusion here. There's no happiness to be gained from that. Look at the people around you, Arbiter. All these philosophers came forward with their own vision of morality. Ultimately, their views all turned out to be flawed, but does it make their ideas worthless? Of course not. Their theories have had a profound positive impact on the world. Anyone in my high school philosophy class could tell you as much. Flaws and all, the attempted moral system stands stronger than those created without thought, and the importance of this is palpable. Just because perfection might be unattainable does not mean we should not try. It only means we cannot expect to succeed. This is quite impressive, old friend. Indeed, you may truly have it, Herr Jones. True, it's our duty to keep questioning, always and forever. For while we can never assume our ideas are perfect, if we don't keep searching, we will miss the chance to find something better. The fact that we can never be sure doesn't mean we should not keep a size. Gosh. The goal may be unattainable, but all the progress made towards it is still a fundamental good. In a way, searching for morality is in fact the most moral things you can do. What do you have to say to that, Arbiter? I see. What? Oh, what's going on? He's insane. Arbiter? Wonderful, you broke the sovereign. Now we'll have to get a new one. What a second, we'll be replaced? No. Our encounter will be a new arbiter. Fine, it's just funny. Funny? Yes, funny? Or at least now I have become arrogant in my time ruling this place. Simply assumed a perfect answer was out there waiting to be found, despite the fact that the one I had found myself so many years ago was wrong. And to think it would be you who would put the pieces together? Serious, really? What are you talking about? He's not wise because of what he knows, but because he knows what he does not know. People used to say this about me all the time. Don't believe it better applies to you? Wait, hold on, you? Yes, that's right, Protagoras. I am, or was, the great thinker Socrates. Easy. And it actually raises the questions to you, Foxy. Will you able to figure it out who is Zero in the third game? It would be very interesting. And if you actually take what I told you just an hour ago about all this mystery notes, etc., you can simply get what is it? Who it will be. If you play it, you should play it. It's actually the best game among all three. Don't listen to anyone who sounds differently, because it's a little bit different. It's not a visual novel anymore. People expect it, read the text, but no, this action. What? Moral choice. Moral choice, by the way. Called it. What? Yeah, I figured it out like an hour ago. An unverifiable claim, but there's no denying this one is sharp enough. Regardless, finding the answer was my great accomplishment. By the way, the third game explained everything, why even the very first game was played. Auto-scrolling text? So what's the problem? Just don't translate it. Play it for yourself. Really? Even still, now you heard why the first game was played, it's all wrong. I mean, the first game that you did not see even. Off stream? Yeah, you can finish it very fast, it's pretty short. It's really short. Well, you must find the true ending, of course. Finding the answer was my great accomplishment. I convinced the old arbiter. Can you actually show your face? Because I cannot see you, bro. I had found the solution, I even briefly convinced myself. And as a result, I won the challenge. The arbiter gave me his mantle and told me I was to take his place as ruler of this realm. I took it and became what you see now. But you said Socrates left? And you didn't immediately recognize me as not you. My friend, why would you go so far to hide your identity? I gave up who I was to oversee this realm. As Socrates, I may have been respected, but I also made my fair share of enemies. I felt that, having found the answer, was only appropriate. to distance myself from all of that to better guide Arthur towards the truth. Of course, once I figured out that my solution was in fact wrong, I became determined to go out somewhere else and to find it. Now I was thinking that perhaps it could be unreachable. In a way, the old Socrates did live that day, but now I think you've brought him back. Well then, Socrates Jones, I think it's time I finally granted you wish. By the way, folks, you can stream just the very first ending. It would be very funny. Just stream the very first ending and play all the rest by yourself. Fast understand the text, but it will not be a text, they will pronounce everything. They will be voice over. You can enable English and listen to English. It will be very easy. I didn't play it in English. I remember I was playing it in Japanese. But anyway, I think it's time finally granted you wish. So try the very first ending. It will be very funny. You understand text better than voice? That's the problem. To understand voice better than text, you must disable subtitles and only listen to voice. And that's how you can learn Japanese, not just English. Since time I finally granted you your wish, you mean? Yes, it's time for you to head on home, the both of you. Can't believe it. Yeah, to make your viewers very happy, just play until the first ending, and that's all. And after this, you can simply end the stream and play some other game. And believe everyone will be very happy if they see it. I know it for sure. We did it. We actually did it. Wait, hold on. Does this mean you accept my answer is true? Am I a pro philosopher? Certainly not. But your very own logic, you know I cannot do that. I do have accept your answer as the best I will receive right now, but what was your answer? I wonder, and I cannot ask for better than that. So, this for real this time? No tricks? You can just walk through? Of course, Ariadne. What do you take me for? Just making sure. That, do you know what I'm going to do first when I get home? But sleep. Sounds like a plan. But they must be in hospitals, he said. Well then, Hobbes, Mill, Protagoras, Kant, and this something. Socrates, Prime. I guess this is it. Goodbye, Herr Jones. You'll be missed. Indeed, it was a pleasure making your acquaintance. I will miss you, Socrates. You are almost as intelligent as the original. Thank you, all of you, for everything you've done. An extra big thank you to you, Mill. Seriously, you are just as awesome as I thought you would be. Going to miss you. Now, Ariadne Jones. You're going to make this old man blush. By the way, Ariadne is one of the protagonists in Poirot novels. Let's not single anymore, Ari. Everyone here has been great. So if you read the books in order, not in random choice by some publisher, you'll see that plot progress from book to book. It's not a separated book. They actually characters develop. Even Poirot himself develop. At the very end, it's a totally different man. It's actually very interesting. But you must understand, it's a series of books. They are not separated, despite that every single book is separated case. Except for maybe unpronounceable name. What? Now wait a minute! Come on, Dad, let's go. I've had enough of this bird floating architecture for a good long time. Alright, Ari, lead the way. Any credits? Farewell, great thinker Jones. See you again in a few dozen years. And that's all? Done. Yeah, I see the last Russian last names. Valeria Rezinskaya. And I actually recognize this character. I remember it's another Flash, but not game. It was Flash. What was this? Oh, like music or something. I can try to find it right now, but I'm not sure if it was him or not. Oh no, the music is copyrighted. No, I cannot play it here. You can check it later. But I believe Socrates Jones, I saw this character for sure before. This is not the first Flash where I actually saw him. Oh, look at this. He's trying to raise the bar. And where did he get it? And he's actually buying repellent? Can't believe this. And the end. What is it? Well, let's see. We still have at least 3 viewers except me, so we can rate somebody. And who's still online? Wait a second. Any Benny Raba sent me a link to something, but I cannot see it, at least on my phone. Okay, I will check it later. Did I like it? Of course, yes. It was a very good game. But I generally like visual novels and sound novels. Anyway, Raba, what was the link that you sent me? Okay, I will try to check on the computer, but on my phone I cannot see it. Anyway, who can you rate? That's the question number 1. Who's not playing online games? And not just chatting? Gaibna Disc 15 playing something like Call It Outward, but I do not understand what is this. Looks like it's another MMO. Yeah. No, it said, you know what feels like an MMO, but maybe not MMO. So we can rate him? Alright. What's... Nice timing, because I'm right now trying to start the raid. Thank you for the raid. But... you should not do... By the way... No, don't do this. What was your plan? I remember that I didn't check your streams for a while. Bioshock. That's nice. I almost clicked the block to block you. Oh gosh, I didn't subscribe it. Okay, I followed. I unfollowed. Maybe I clicked something wrong right now. I'll check it out later. So, who should we rate? You can tell me the name of any streamer that we must rate if you want to. If not, the funny videos about the English language? Okay, we'll check it. Because right now I don't know who should we rate. Seriously, I have no idea. Everyone playing online games, I'm usually not trying to rate somebody who is playing online. Disc 15. Okay, Drift right. Okay, rate. Let me rate him. Okay, as you can type in chat, so this means you're not blocked. So it's okay. I might be accidentally press some button which blocked, but I will check it. So, thank you for watching this, thank you for the raid, despite that this is definitely the end screen. And tomorrow I will be playing The Broken Sword. Second game, Smoking Mirror or something. And as I played the original, we'll be playing Remaster, and I believe there was something added to it. Don't worry, next time I'll rate you. You'll still be online, because at this time usually I'm not streaming. So, see you next time, bye. See you. Good night, good luck.